Hello, everyone. I'm Robert Grochan. I'm a former English professor at Chennai National University in Gwangju. I'd like to welcome you all to this first human rights paper session of the 2021 World Human Rights Cities Forum. Welcome, panelists and audience members. Thank you for coming. And thank you to the World Human Rights Cities Forum, the Gwangju International Center, and the Raoul Wallenberg Institute for sponsoring these paper presentations. I will begin with brief introductions of all the presenters, and then we will proceed to listen to 10-minute presentations with a very brief pause between each presentation, and then we'll have time for a question and answer session when all the presentations are completed. Please, members of the audience or panelists, if you have questions for the panelists, please write them use the Q&A function of Zoom to write in the questions, and we'll select questions for the panelists to address when they're all finished with their presentations. So now for brief introductions of each of our panelists. Mary Levine will be our first presenter. She attends Suffolk University Law School in Boston, Massachusetts, where she is a candidate for Juris Doctor with an international law concentration, which she expects to complete next May. Ms. Levine is concurrently a legal research extern for the Raoul Wallenberg Institute of Human Rights and Humanitarian Law in Lund, Sweden, a research assistant for the European Court of Human Rights in Strasbourg, France, as well as a student attorney with the Suffolk University Juvenile Defenders Clinic. The title of her paper will be COVID-19's Resurgence of Hate Crimes Toward Asian Minorities, a critical assessment of collaborations between local authorities and civil society organizations used to eradicate hate crimes. Our second presenter is Stephanie Justinico, and as a Fulbright scholar from Columbia, Stephanie earned her LLM from Northeastern University School of Law in Boston, Massachusetts. Boston, well represented today, with a concentration in law and economic development in August of 2021. Congratulations to her. She has also achieved a Bachelor of Law and a Master's in International Law from Savannah University in Chia, Colombia. She has interned at the International Center for Settlement of Investment Disputes and Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, both in Washington, D.C., and served as a legal advisor at the National Agency for the Defense of the State in Bogota, Colombia, and was a lecturer in international law at Javeriana University, also in Bogota. The title of her paper is VLR's Voluntary Local Reviews from Regions in Latin America and Their Human Rights Approach to Accountability Mechanisms. Our third presenter is Pilar Espinoza. She is an economist from the Instituto Autónomo de México and has participated in the Data Future Labs program at the New York University Tandon School of Engineering. She has more than 10 years of experience creating and leading disruptive projects in the Mexican innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystems. Due to the COVID-19 global pandemic, Pilar founded X-Rays for Mexico, a nonprofit organization that delivers accurate diagnoses in lung X-rays. And in parallel, she founded Astra, an AI-powered medical imaging platform that first and foremost helps radiologists make the most of their time by organizing chest X-rays that will allow them to focus on the most severe cases to help mitigate the Latin American shortage of specialty physicians and democratize access to the best medical diagnoses for patients in hospitals in underserved regions of the world. The title of her paper will be Local Governments as Catalysts for Democratizing the Access of Public Health in Rural Areas as a Response to COVID-19 and Prevailing Inequalities that were Exposed During the Pandemic. And our fourth presenter is Michelle Castillo, who had planned to present with Marie Chantayo, who is right now having a few computer difficulties and may join us later. They both are university researchers at the Center for Local and Regional Governments of the University of the Philippines National College of Public Administration and Governance. Ms. Castillo's research areas include women's empowerment, organizational development, management control systems, and security and peace building. She has organized customized training programs for Philippine local government units and served as a case writer, training facilitator, and resource speaker for the center's consultancy and training programs. Ms. Chantayo obtained her master in business administration at De La Salle University in Manila and earned her Bachelor of Science in Customs Administration at PMI colleges. Marie has 10 years experience in marketing from the banking industry prior to joining the National College of Public Administration and Governance. Her research areas include protection of Filipino children and youth, gender studies, and local governance. The title of their paper will be Gender Issues and Public Health Crisis Management, Philippine Local Government's Response to COVID-19. Okay, let's now begin our presentations and welcome Mary Levine, who is talking about the resurgence of hate crimes toward Asian minorities. Welcome, Mary.
Thank you so much. So yes, as just previously stated, my name is Mary Levine. I'm a legal extern at the Raoul Wallenberg Institute for Human Rights and Humanitarian Law, and I'll be focusing on the increased instances of hate crimes as a result of COVID-19 and the stereotypes and misclassifications associated with that. And I'll be focusing on collaborations between local authorities and civil society organizations that can be used to eradicate those hate crimes. There we go. So just to define a couple of the key terms that I'll be using throughout this presentation, for purposes of this project, I had a broad scope of Asian minorities to encompass all victims of hate crimes, including those that might be perceived as an Asian minority without true ethnic origin, just because hate crimes are often associated with appearance rather than ethnic origin. The definition of hate crime utilized for this project, well, I could do a whole presentation on the definition of hate crime, but for this project, I defined it as a crime recognized by the law, which is committed with an additional hate element, incorporating bias or prejudice, and the element is directed at one or more presumed characteristics of the victim. This just to mean that individuals that are victims of hate crimes are victims not because of the person, but rather because of the group that they're associated with or an identifiable characteristic. And then importantly, local authorities are defined as the lowest tier of public administration within a given state. So this can encompass more than just municipal government, but it can also be police departments and housing services, schools, anything of that nature, anything with a public administration tie. And then a civil society organization is just essentially a non-governmental organization, so not attached to the government, and that's run by voluntary citizens group at various levels of government, so both local, national, and international, and they're often associated with a particular human right. So before beginning, we'll just identify the problem that I'll be speaking about today. So I'm talking about the increased instances of hate crimes as a result of COVID-19. Some of the root causes of this is that oftentimes minorities are victims, or they're sort of like, they take the heat for uncertainty and fear related to epidemics or viruses. In addition, one of the leading causes of increased hate crimes were the political leaders coining COVID-19 as the China virus. Well, that specifically ties to Donald Trump's coining of the term, the China virus. It's also attached to other populist leaders that use derogatory or discriminatory language regarding COVID-19 and its attachment to Wuhan, China, and then also recognizing the historical discrimination towards Asian minorities generally. As a result of this, we saw a lot of false narratives and conspiracy theories related to Asian minorities and COVID-19 One, for example, is this terrorist-fueled laboratory leak where people were targeting Asian minorities for hate crimes based on this idea that they were terrorists leaking the virus in Wuhan, China, and also a geopolitical term that's historical and attached to various epidemics, just ridiculing Asian culture for their form of cannibalism, saying that they're uncivilized for their form of cannibalism, whereas we are not. So as a result, we see increased occurrences of hate crimes globally. I won't go through all the statistics, but we see up to a 300% rise in anti-Asian sentiments and hate crimes as a result of these false narratives. So first, we'll identify the international obligations at the state and municipal level. There are a variety of international obligations extending to customary law, treaty law, soft law related to hate crimes, but for the purposes of this project, I focus specifically on the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination, Article 4, which mandates that states condemn incitements to racial or discriminatory incitements to violence. Under the international obligations of CERD, Article 4, states are obliged to undertake and adopt immediate and positive measures. So this creates textually a positive obligation for states. So they have to take immediate measures. General recommendation number 15 by the CERD committee instructs that these obligations or these measures are mandatory. They must be done. And principally, they must adopt appropriate legislation. So we'll talk about that in terms of that they have to declare hate crimes punishable by law. Also important for the scope of this project is Article 4C of CERD. While all treaty obligations extend to local and municipal governments, Article 4C of CERD reinforces the role of political subdivisions in municipalities, meaning that it restates that these obligations will tie to local governments. And so it just reminds national governments that even though political subdivisions and municipalities are bound by treaty obligations, it's especially important in this context that hate crimes are prevented through political subdivisions and municipalities, so local authorities. There are no explicit reporting obligations, but the special rapporteur has said that they're implicitly relevant in CERD Article 4. So we'll talk specifically about domestic reporting systems very quickly. So there's a significance in reporting hate crimes, largely because we cannot punish hate crimes under our international obligations unless they're reported. But because of varied reporting systems across domestic states, it's more difficult to punish hate crimes under international obligations. Some of the varieties that we see are some reporting systems focus on victim perception of hate crime, so whether or not the victim felt that they were subjected to a hate crime, whereas other reporting systems focus on law enforcement perception. And also some jurisdictions require reporting at the local level, whereas others do not. An important note too is that an inhibitor to reporting, the reason why many people do not report, is distrust of local law enforcement and fear of retaliation. So the proposed resolution to this long-winded problem with reporting systems and the increased instances of hate crimes are collaborations between local authorities and civil society organizations. So there's been an increased awareness in human rights law generally to promote collaborations between local governments and or law enforcement, any local authority, and civil society organizations. Local governments and localizing human rights, so providing these human rights at the local level, are important because those are the individuals that feel the effects of human rights violations, and the local government is the most immediate actor that can respond to it. So in terms of hate crimes, for example, local governments can respond to instances of hate crimes immediately, whereas national governments, it takes a lot longer, and individuals don't feel the effects of the national government as closely as they do local governments. In addition, civil society organizations are developed or they're created by civilians themselves. And so people are more likely to trust and join into civil society organizations when they're attached to local government. So it sort of omits that distrust of public authorities. So specifically in this project, I looked at the New South Wales project. It was a pilot program developed in Australia, and it was a collaboration between the New South Wales Police Service, which encompasses 3 different municipalities in Australia, and the Human Rights Equal Opportunity Commission, so the local authority and the civil society organization. They put together a steering committee, which oversaw the reporting system, an established uniform reporting system for hate crimes in Australia. They also set forth principal objectives that were written out, which was an essential component of this formalized collaboration. They identified in this approach the perception. So what I talked about earlier, the varied perception approaches that are often seen in hate crime, reporting, different reporting systems. They identified perception, utilizing the victim perception. And as a result of this formalized collaboration, they provided a more in-depth and comprehensive data system. So Australia saw more reports of hate crimes than they had ever seen before, which allowed for more preventative measures to be utilized. And they also saw the importance of non-governmental data collection for reliability. So having that non-governmental organization or the CSO available to ensure that the data is reliable. So finally, just really quickly, when talking about establishing collaborations between these local authorities and civil society organizations, we should be employing a human rights-based approach, which is developed by the United Nations. And this just requests that when we're developing these collaborations, we identify the attributes of a hate crime because it will establish state accountability. So having attributes that are rooted in international human rights law, so treaty provisions, will require states to be held accountable at the international level. So first in identifying attributes and then establishing a uniform system to monitor the commitments. And so finally, just general takeaways is to recognize the stereotypes that have been associated with Asian minorities as a result of COVID-19, which leads to increased instances of hate crimes, being able to establish those formalized collaborations between local authorities and civil society organizations for its increased reporting effects, and finally utilizing a human rights-based approach to promote state accountability, uniformity, and transparency. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mary, for that quick and interesting presentation. And for our next quick and interesting presentation, let's welcome Stephanie Justinico, who is talking about VLRs from regions in Latin America. Welcome, Stephanie.
Thank you so much. I will start by sharing my screen. And so can you see, sorry, here. Is that okay? Yeah. So good morning, everyone. I'd like to first thank the organizers for making this event a reality and for extending the opportunity to present different research, and in particular for the Latin American context. I also have to recognize and acknowledge my advisors, Amanda Lyons from the University of Minnesota and Martha Davis from Northeastern University. I am pretty sure that these topics are really interesting, and we will build each other on our topics and enrich our topics one and each other. So next here. The title of this presentation is Voluntary Local Reviews in Latin America and Their Approach to Accountability. And for that purpose, I will refer to the notion of VLRs as non-binding documents by which local and regional governments engage in the task of monitoring and reporting their advances to the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals in territories. We expect more documents of this kind to be issued during the upcoming years, and for that reason, we consider that it is necessary to begin the discussion on how local and regional governments are receiving and incorporating the language included in the SDGs, the framework, and the principal ideas, the main ideas that engaged in that are included in this in the goals, so that it would help. Having this in mind, it will help citizens to fully understand the reports, the purpose of these reports, and ultimately to consider these endeavors meaningful for all actors involved. So the issue, first of all, the issue of accountability then becomes a factor during our research, because at the outset, during the framing of the SDGs, states opted for a flexible mechanism for monitoring and follow-up rather than a binding report mechanism. However, the Global SDG Accountability Report recently highlighted that accountability has been missing during the first 5 years of implementation, especially during the outbreak and with the COVID pandemic. So we decided to determine whether this has also been an impact on the production of these voluntary local reviews in Latin America. So in addition to this difficulty of participation, of actual participation, we found literature from different sources in Latin America showing doubts on the accuracy of the documents, reflecting the realities on a particular context. So after reviewing the documents from cities in Latin America, we found that the majority of them are concentrated in 2 countries. One big part is from Uruguay, which is leading the discussion on BLRs in the region. And the next one is Mexico. 2 big countries with two different approaches to the reporting process. So that's why we picked these 2 countries as to identify the trends and categories for future study and for the other countries that are engaging in this process. So we will discuss the findings here. So we found that the very few reference was made to vulnerable people, specific groups, indigenous communities. So it was sad to find that there wasn't a specific measure for this kind of communities. So in particular, with the accountability component, a huge category of these BLRs, 15 BLRs in total, we review, use the same methodology to analyze the alignment of their government policies with the SDGs. What concerns us about this approach is that the inputs from this methodology correspond to documents self-produced by the government institutions. Therefore, we found kind of interesting or curious that the claim of strong alignment, so the government, the region said, we have a strong alignment with the SDGs, but it generated doubts, considering that we have seen that the inputs come from self-assessment, from a self-assessment exercise, and it didn't include substantive input from external participants. Similarly, we found that the role of citizens' participation, which is a component of accountability, we are thinking it in a more broad way, but for the purpose of participation, we found that they were limited, the participation component was limited to gathering perceptions from citizens for a particular issue. And it was one-time consultation rather than a long-lasting program for monitoring and reporting and making enforceable those SDGs. So we found that that was a limitation for participation, because just gathering perceptions is not, we consider it's doubtful to give the complete approach according to the human rights of this would be our next step, according to a human rights-based approach. So in addition to that, we also identified that reports are being issued by capital cities, big cities, with big funding behind those documents from international institutions, and few or no document from rural areas or small cities. So we still are waiting for those reports and from the participation of small groups and communities. If that is possible, I mean, that way we could see a strong achievement of implementation of the goals. Without the regions and small communities, it is very difficult to balance how SDGs are incorporated in context and in different contexts in the region. On the good side, there is a good side of these BLRs. We found that states, and I want to highlight Mexico, and Mexico City in particular, is making a huge transformation of this paradigm and is bulking their attention to a human rights-based approach. So this is important to make the reference that states are realizing that there is no other way to reach the goals if it is not with the guidance and the standards from human rights. And in particular for the Latin American context, I would say the standards coming from regional organs of protection, such as the Inter-American System of Human Rights, and also the Universal System of Human Rights. So in order to clarify what does that mean for a state to comply with accountability standard, a very useful thing, and that is already in the system, is to go to the basic standards for protection of human rights, and in particular for the right of participation, for example. So we have plenty of decisions from courts, also from the European courts, that can be used as a reference for interpretation purposes. So in order to give this content to what is accountability, we think that a human rights approach, that's our proposal, to the production of voluntary local review, will guarantee a substantive and a meaningful endeavor for these governments when they produce these documents, and if they adopt a human rights perspective, they will be considering the opinions, and in different way they will be implementing mechanisms to enforce these rights, which make it easy for citizens to expect certain actions from the states with regard to their commitments towards SDGs. And I think this is the future in a post-pandemic scenario. And Mexico City is a good example for the rest of the region, and for future reviews to be produced. And finally, my final comment is that this human rights approach is going to be key for accelerating this implementation of the SDGs. There is no other way. We have lost a couple of years trying to implement this, so we need to shift to human rights. So that's all for my side. Thank you so much. I would really appreciate your comments and questions.
Thank you very much, Stephanie, for another interesting presentation. I want to remind members of the audience to use your Q&A button to contribute questions that that the presenters may address when they're all finished with their presentations. You don't have to wait until the end to send in a question. So as you're listening, and if you have a question, please feel free to ask it. And now our third presenter is Pilar Espinoza, who is going to talk about local governments and democratizing the access to public health in rural areas. Welcome, Pilar.
Thank you, Robert. As you mentioned, we, Jessica and I were very interested in seeing how the COVID pandemic is going to change the digitalization of non-urban areas, and how is this going to help the access to the access of healthcare as a human right in all of these parts, making this something that is now possible. Starting with our first hypothesis, we understood that X-rays were an essential tool to diagnose anomalies in the lung, and all these images. So we knew that these imaging techniques could be a tool important for doctors when they were in the hospitals to detect how the virus was being damaging lungs. So even though this was an important tool, we realized that in Latin America, and particularly in Mexico, where we did this experiment, is that there were not enough specialized doctors to see these images and actually give an accurate diagnosis of the lung disease. So even though they had the tools and the technology installed in the hospitals, they were not able to give a proper diagnosis or a timely diagnosis and do the workload that they were having because of the pandemic. This problem gave a bigger gap between the people that did not have the access and were in rural areas and the people that were in cities where they have more doctors. Under this investigation, we lead the investigation through the World Health Organization definition of human rights. And we thought that it was very interesting that they put not only health as a fundamental right, but that it has to be timely, it has to be acceptable, affordable, and the quality is something that is very important. And through the technology that we used, helped to get better quality of the information to everyone. Because we were doing the experiment in Mexico, we had a guideline from the Mexican Constitution that is the universality of the healthcare as a human right, as well as the equity that everyone can actually come and get a diagnosis as part of a right. So through those guidelines and those pillars, we knew that the state should be the one guaranteeing the healthcare to the most citizens in the best conditions possible. And we understand that the state is not obligated to the impossible, but within the economic and social constraints, they have to give the most efficient time diagnosis, as well as the best quality-based service to the most people. Doing this and the reality and understanding that in the particular case of radiologists, that is a specialized kind of practitioners that are the ones looking at the X-rays with more accuracy. We understood that they were located in the most populated areas in Mexico City, in particular, leading states like Oaxaca and Puebla, where we did this trial behind, because of the purchasing ability of people in the cities. All the doctors are located in the urban areas. So what we did is to implement an AI-enabled platform as a tool to shorten this gap between the patients and the doctors. And the doctors that were in the hospitals in the rural areas, they did not have a specialization in radiology. So they were giving diagnosis, but not in the most accurate manner. So what we did is to implement this technology from one hand, and to the other hand, give them to the specialized doctors in the hospitals in Mexico City. And well, how do we did this? We did this in 3 different stages. First, we had agreements with 12 hospitals with the government of Puebla and Oaxaca. And after that, we connected the machines, because something that it was very important to address is that they had the machines in the hospitals, but they did not have the connection or a platform where they can see with the proper rules the images. So we did that, and in parallel, we gave to a medical council that we created in Mexico City the guidelines where they had to how did they have to interpret and do the diagnosis. We created a protocol so we can make an equalization of how they were getting the diagnosis through this protocol in the rural areas, and give a protocol that it would be the one leading if you were in the best hospital in Mexico. So this helped them to have an accurate and more quality diagnosis for everyone in these areas, as well as implementation of artificial intelligence. We understood that there's already a lot of algorithms that can detect in images things that, because of the doctors are tired or their workload, they cannot actually see certain things that the computer is more accurate to detect. So we did that so we could be more efficient in the way that we were deploying the diagnosis. And well, going through the results in this experiment of the AI platform and the telemedicine platform, we actually deploy 8,000 patients diagnosis from certified radiologists. That there was something that it could have not been done if it were not because of this quality protocol, shortening this gap of a quality diagnosis to the people that probably in other situations could have not been able to access to that quality, as well as to connect the 20 X-ray machines through a PACS protocol that is an imaging protocol that they did not have before. And 50 doctors, non-specialized doctors, were using the platform to see with the quality that should have they been watching the X-rays. They were using the platform as well as to multiply the access and the quality of the diagnosis that were being done during the COVID-19 pandemic in a 95% accuracy, as well as this was much more time and cost efficient. Just to round up these numbers of the experiment, is that before the telemedicine platform, the diagnoses were delivered to the non-specialized doctors in 5 days. And after the implementation of these technologies, they were 90 minutes. So it was a very good result, as well as the quality that we were giving to the patients. It was a 95% accuracy to the AI plus what the doctor was actually seeing. And from the side of the universality and the equity of healthcare as a fundamental right, we came from 0 specialized diagnosis to giving all of the patients in these 12 hospitals a diagnosis that was specialized and accurate. So for us, and talking about fundamental rights and healthcare as a fundamental right, we found out that technology and artificial intelligence, that is something that is going very strong in the next years, should be something that the policymakers should be looking at to efficientize the processes, to give them with a timely and more acceptable manner, as well to increase the quality that the healthcare systems are providing to their citizens. At the end, we think that this part of the government working hand in hand with the technology to help the people that probably in these situations would have not been able to get a diagnosis is something that it's possible right now. And through the technology and through the pandemic, the adoption of technology has been more. They've been more open to that, and it's something that has to happen in the further years to come to get more universal healthcare, to be something more accessible to all the citizens. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pilar. And our fourth presenter is Michelle Castillo, presenting for herself and her partner, Marie Chantayo, on gender issues and public health crisis management in the Philippines.
Okay, Good morning, everyone. I hope you can see my screen properly. It is my pleasure to be presenting our paper on gender issues in public health crisis management, Philippine local government's response to COVID-19. And I'm presenting this on behalf of my co-authors, Marie Chantayo, Professor Alicia Celestino, Dr. Christopher Burse, and Don Jeffrey Cabral. And I also want to acknowledge the contributions of our research assistants, Robert Malig, Daniel Coyer, and Gio de Guzman in this research, which is funded by the University of the Philippines. So here's an overview of my presentation. Let's begin. One of the neglected areas of many governments' COVID-19 response, arguably, are the gendered impacts of the pandemic, particularly on gender-based violence and reproductive health. And this puts women and girls in multiple setbacks as they suffer the impacts of the disaster on top of the existing marginalization and discrimination. And in the case of the Philippines, the government's wide-scale lockdowns as one of its primary response to COVID-19 has been cited as a risk factor for increased cases of gender-based violence and poor sexual and reproductive health outcomes. So in the Philippines, we have several policies that mandate gender sensitivity and responsiveness in disaster risk reduction and management. This is to address the vulnerabilities of marginalized groups, particularly women and children during disasters and emergency situations. So apart from these existing laws before the pandemic that were enacted, there were several issuances that were released by national government agencies in relation to COVID-19 response in terms of gender-based violence and reproductive health services. Having the policies, as we know, is one thing. Implementing them, especially in a disaster context, is another thing altogether. So considering the many gaps in the disaster risk reduction and management, gender-based violence, and reproductive health mandates of local government units in the Philippines before the pandemic, it is worthwhile to assess how gender-sensitive their COVID-19 response is. So these are our objectives. We wanted to identify whether the LGUs, or local government units, consider the risks of gender-based violence and poor reproductive health outcomes in their local COVID-19 response. We wanted to identify the factors that helped or hindered them in sustaining the services that they are to provide for against gender-based violence, reproductive health. And we wanted to describe the experiences of both the citizens in accessing the services from the LGUs and the civil society organizations in working with LGUs in delivering these services during the community quarantine period, or what are commonly called as community lockdowns. So our research is basically a descriptive research using mixed methodology. I will not go through all the data gathering methods and analysis we did, but we conducted surveys among LGUs and also citizens, and the FGDs and the semi-structured interviews with NGOs, and also a review of ordinances that were released by cities in the National Capital Region of the Philippines. And also analysis of online anecdotes of citizens. So I'll just share some highlights of the findings. So I'll share first the experience of citizens with regard to gender-based violence and reproductive health, as well as the experience of NGOs working with this LGU. So when we surveyed the LGUs, 22 out of 61 said that their community experienced an increase in the number of gender-based violence. So a number also said the number decreased, and a number also said it remained the same. So it's basically a diverse response from them. But the most common forms of violence against women and children reports that were received by local government units are attempted rape, sexual abuse, and domestic violence. So from the citizen survey that we conducted online, there were 3 respondents that said they experienced domestic violence during the community quarantine. These were in the form of psychological abuse, emotional abuse, financial or economic abuse, sexual abuse, unwanted sexual advances, or sexual harassment. And the perpetrators were the respondents' partners, with one also citing their parents or guardians. Only one said that they sought help, and none of them sought help from the LGUs, or rather only one sought help from the LGUs. And some of them cited fear, actually. They distrust the authorities. They don't know where to ask for help. So those are some cited reasons why the 2 others did not seek help. So from the experience of NGOs working with victim survivors of abuse and trafficking, one NGO cited an instance when a case was turned away or was refused by a duty bearer in the local government unit. A family also reported to an NGO that the police personnel whom they reported the rape of their child said that they should have just beat the child, suggesting victim blaming. It's the child's fault. Anecdotes from online sources also show different forms of violence, such as rape, slay, child abuse, and hate crimes against LGBTQ plus community members. Some victim survivors also shared challenges in seeking help from authorities, as I mentioned earlier, facing harassment and threats from their perpetrators. In terms of reproductive health services, most of the LGUs said that demand declined for the majority of the LGUs that we surveyed. And 13 of the online survey respondents said they required reproductive health services during the community lockdown, but only one availed the service from a government facility. So the rest got their services from private facilities. Based on the anecdotes that we collected online, lack of public transport during the height of the community lockdown in the country made it harder for women to access birth control services. So there's this midwife at the local government health clinic which shared that her patients found her on Facebook and they asked how they could access birth control since the patients couldn't go to the clinics because there was no public transport available. Birth control services were sustained even during lockdowns by the local government units, and other NGOs also provided the services. So they augmented the LGU services. They would go house to house or conduct online counseling. They also migrated online for their community awareness campaigns. Okay, local health workers also report daily to the different local health clinics to sustain these reproductive health services. But there were reports that some pregnant women during the lockdown, particularly those who were about to give birth, they had a hard time looking for hospitals that would admit them because other hospitals are either overcrowded or temporarily closed due to COVID-19 infection. There were also some reports they were refused by the hospitals because they cannot pay the down payment, which is a violation of the law. There were two reports of women who died because of several hospitals rejecting them. So now, after the experience of citizens and the NGOs, let me now share with you the highlights of our findings on the responsiveness of the local government units to risk of gender-based violence and poor reproductive health outcomes. So we did this by looking at whether they sustained the key services needed in the context of disasters. So we conducted an online survey. And this is the rating that they got. On average, the LGUs got a rating of 7.58 out of 10 in terms of their response to gender-based violence and 7.72 out of 10 in terms of their response to reproductive health services. So we can say that somehow that's a bit of a moderate responsiveness. Cities received higher score in gender-based violence responsiveness than municipalities, while municipalities they are slightly more responsive to reproductive health services than cities. And the LGUs in higher income classifications are more responsive to gender-based violence and reproductive health than those in the lower income class. But this is in the exception of some cities in the higher income class, which scored slightly lower than those in the lower income class in terms of gender-based violence response. Okay, so despite moderate responsiveness among the sample, a big percentage of the LGUs got a rating that is lower than what we consider as satisfactory. So we pegged this at 8 points. In terms of gender-based violence, 51% of the cities and municipalities got a rating that is below 8 points, while 42% of our respondents got a rating of 8 below in terms of reproductive health. So we can say that that's a big problem. Both from the perspective of LGUs and their stakeholders, we can glean that some LGUs are more able to overcome what we call the tyranny of the urgent during times of disasters, when gender issues are set aside for a biomedical response. Some LGUs are able to overcome this tyranny of the urgent than others in terms of sustaining the minimum services to address gender-based violence and reproductive health needs of the communities during the pandemic. And that's also what we want to understand. What are the factors that help or hindered them from sustaining these services? So these are the factors that we found within and outside the LGUs. Okay, first, we should note that both gender-based violence or violence against women and children and reproductive health are health concerns. The pandemic is primarily, though not exclusively, a health crisis, and the Philippine public health system is weak to begin with most of its considerably insufficient resources poured towards the biomedical response. It is not surprising that little resources will be left for other health concerns, such as violence against women and children and reproductive health. So the pandemic exposed and even exacerbated the weakness in the public health system, and so neglect as well of these gender issues that were already problematic before the pandemic. Second, many of the responsibilities and services that were downloaded to the local government units in the Philippines in terms of violence against women and children, reproductive health, and even disaster risk reduction and management and the pandemic response, they are beyond the capacity of many of these local government units, especially those belonging to the lower income classes. So the crisis, as I said, only magnified the implementation gaps that were already there before the pandemic. And third, there are political and cultural factors that local government units have to contend with, such as underreporting of violence against women and children. There are also forms of VAUC in the Philippines that are culturally and legally accepted, such as child marriages, which actually spiked during the pandemic in the Mindanao area. And there are some cases of red tagging of NGOs. So red tagging is when they are associated with communist or terrorist groups, and this puts them in danger. This prevents them from doing their services, helping the local government units and communities during the pandemic. And fourth, personnel and budget for gender and development, which are used to finance gender-based violence response and reproductive health, a lot of them were redirected and realigned to augment the needed resources for the pandemic response. So for context, several key roles are downloaded to local government units in terms of the pandemic response. These include distribution of relief packages, vaccination rollout, contact tracing, isolation, and treatment of COVID-19 patients. So a lot of resources were used for those actions. Fifth, the attitudes of leadership, service providers, and duty bearers in the local government units are also important factors. Those who believe that these services remain essential would find ways to bring the service to the people despite limitations during the pandemic. And conversely, the pandemic can become a convenient excuse to turn away or refuse some cases, as we've heard from the sharing of the civil society organizations. Sixth, cities and municipalities that have established the mechanisms before the pandemic, such as the VAUC referral system, local service delivery networks for reproductive health, and those that have supportive leadership on gender and development programs before the pandemic are obviously in a better position to sustain the services and even come up with innovative programs in time of the health crisis. So again, conversely, LGUs that have weak mechanisms, poor leadership support would easily neglect gender-based violence and reproductive health during the crisis. So these are the recommendations that we come up with given these observations and findings. First, we recommend, it goes without saying, that there is an urgent need to strengthen the weak public health system in the Philippines to prepare for the next pandemics. And not only that, but also to ensure that health-related gendered impacts, such as violence against women and children and reproductive health, they will not be neglected anymore. Relatedly, there is a need to give greater focus on biological disasters, both in national and local disaster risk reduction and management.
Please bring your presentation to a conclusion as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Okay. Second, there's a need to review the requirements of the national framework vis-a-vis the capacity of LGUs, the demanded services from them. Okay. Third, there's a need to review as well the minimum initial service package, which is actually used during disasters for reproductive health. How does it look like in the context of biological disasters? And again, review of utilization of that budget. As I said, it was realigned and during the pandemic. And then we also encouraged the continued and sustained partnership of local government units with civil society organizations as partners for more citizen-centric and gender-sensitive disaster response. And thank you for bearing with me. That's all for my presentation. I'm now ready for your questions.
Thank you very much, Michelle. Thank all of you for your presentations. I feel bad that we aren't all together in one room so we can chat about this a little bit more, but I'm going to turn to some of the questions that have been asked. And here's one question that somebody asked, and I want to extend this. I think it's addressed to Pilar, but I think it's a question that can be extended to the other presentations as well in your particular context, particularly Michelle's, because you're both dealing with health issues. And the question is, what are some of the biggest political hurdles to overcome in ensuring additional funds or resources are given to improve medical infrastructure moving forward? I just want to make one comment on something that Michelle wrote in her longer essay that she didn't have time to present. She introduced the idea of, I love like this phrase, suboptimal utilization of mandated local DRRM funds. And if you feel moved to answer that question along with Pilar, I'd be curious to know what that phrase was addressing.
You want to go first, Michelle?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll go. Yeah, I think that that's an interesting question, because what we found out during this time that we were in the hospitals in Oaxaca and Puebla was that the technology is there. Like some of the technology needed is there. The problem is more about the doctors, that there are not enough specialized doctors and they're not in rural areas, more than the technology. And also the implementation of the technology, that's something that it's also an issue. I don't know if it's a political issue or is more of no one has done the last mile in the past years. They have the technology, they're not making the providers, they're not making the effort to tell the doctors how to use the technology or connect the technology or bring the Wi-Fi within the technology, because they do not understand the context where this is being implemented. So I would think that local companies or with the hand by hand with local governments should be the ones doing that last mile, because at the end of the day, the technology is already there, and the technology, it's kind of easy to use if you understand how to use it. It's just about clicking some extra button. So having local technology companies implementing the last mile, I think that would be something to be addressed, to be more accessible, that technology. Michelle, if you want.
Thank you, Pilar. Thank you, Sir Robert, for that question. When I say suboptimal utilization of the Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Fund, and even actually the Gender and Development Budget, these are all mandated in the local government units. At the LGU level, they have to allocate 20% for development fund, and a portion of that for the Disaster Risk Reduction and Management, including not only response but prevention of risks of disasters, and also gender and development, 5% of the total budget. So I am echoing the observations of the civil society organizations that we interviewed. It's not so much that LGUs lack these resources. In fact, a lot of them have a lot of budget. Of course, some local government units are exceptions, especially those that are in geographically isolated or disadvantaged areas, or those that are in conflict situation. But those that are in better situation, they have a lot of resources, but the prioritization is not being maximized. If I refer to the review of the Gender and Development report, utilization of one of the LGUs that we looked at in the case studies, a lot of their budget went into capacity building programs, so trainings, workshops, and they are mostly for internal personnel. So the services that are directly, that should be directly catering to this citizens, some LGUs, I cannot say the entire, the exact percentage, but a lot of them are not being fully maximize the resources. So it's not that they lack the resources or that they have limited resources, but the prioritization for the programs and activities and projects that would really directly impact the citizens. And even during this pandemic, as I mentioned earlier, the gender and development budget, some of the portions there were realigned to augment the disaster response or pandemic response on some of the LGUs. Now, one of the things that can be studied further is whether these realigned budget were actually used for those gendered impacts. So as I mentioned, some of the gendered impacts, including violence against women and children and reproductive health services, they are not all the services were sustained. So the question is, where did this budget go, and were they used somehow for those gendered impacts of the pandemic that affected women and children in vulnerable situations the most?
Okay.
So I hope that answered the question.
Yeah, I don't know if Mary or Stephanie have anything to add about that, but it seemed to me when you were making your presentations that a lot of whatever funding there is goes into making reports, and as Michelle was suggesting, as to the work of governmental organizations or local organizations without really applying that to the problem, more reporting on the problem than applying it. But Stephanie, you wanted to make a comment.
Yes, thank you. I think this is the core of the problem that we have seen for the lack of implementing a human rights-based approach. And this is also kind of a bridge or a point of connection between your topic, healthcare services, with lawyering perspective, if we say something like that. So in prioritizing and in justifying budgets for governments, a human rights-based approach will guarantee that healthcare services will be a priority. And that's the problem, that we didn't have that approach before. And now we are realizing where is the money, where is the sources, where are the measures, and how policy was made without considering special circumstances. And now within the pandemic, we need more justifications from the government, more reasons and more accountability on certain resources. But having this human rights as a priority, and especially healthcare services, will guarantee that the budget will be destined to specific needs in this case. So that would be kind of my view, that the need, we reinforce the need to have that perspective.
Mary, would you like to?
Yeah, I can just add really briefly is that's another sort of benefit of the collaborations between the local authorities and civil society organizations, is just that oftentimes civil society organizations have these goals, reporting systems, et cetera, whatever their attached human right affiliation is, but they don't have the adequate funding. So by collaborating with the local authorities, that oftentimes gives them the resources in order to fund these goals. So that's just sort of the only funding issue that I addressed with the collaborations, but by providing sort of increased access to fundings via the local authorities, it allows for civil society organizations to have like a better grasp on or complying with international obligations and like establishing these human rights norms in localities.
And the CSOs also, it seems to me, can keep a little bit of an eye on the governmental agencies as well, like Michelle was talking about potential abuses. Well, here's a question that was directed to Mary. What sorts of tools should local governments utilize in tackling misinformation campaigns, particularly against Asian diaspora communities? And this may apply to particular Michelle's topic as well. Is there anything that normal citizens can do to also combat this issue? Okay, misinformation campaign.
Yes, this is such a great, fascinating question. I think it also goes to sort of general issues with propaganda around the world as well. But I think in terms of local governments establishing these sort of uniform and formalized approaches, what local governments can do is sort of the denouncement of this misinformation. So when I was looking at the root causes of sort of increased instances of hate crimes and like the yellow peril, what I saw were, and particularly in Italy, for example, local governments were referring to their culture or their, essentially their culture as sort of being able to prevent COVID-19, whereas Asian cultures were less likely to prevent COVID-19 because of their attachment to sort of like this form of cannibalism, so eating bats or monkeys as uncivilized. And local governments were sort of reinforcing that stereotype. And so what we see is that led to the increased instances of hate crimes. And so what local governments can do is, number one, set up these formalized collaborations with civil society organizations that bring in civilians so that they're more involved in the eradication of hate crimes, but also they can make public announcements and avoid this like stigmatization or stigma surrounding the Asian culture and that they're the root cause of COVID-19. As to the second part of your question, sorry to ramble on, but the major component of this project is that the localization of human rights is so important because normal citizens are involved in the process. And so what normal citizens can do in order to help eradicate hate crimes, particularly towards diaspora communities, is to get involved with the local governments and the civil society organizations that can set up these formalized approaches to eradicating. It doesn't necessarily have to be that human right, but you can establish collaborations for any human right. The Sustainable Development Goals, I think Stephanie was talking about earlier too, there's just emphasis on localizing that. So normal citizens' involvement in this collaboration, I think, is essential to the resolution.
And I wanted to ask one question. My field as an English literature scholar was Asian American literature, so I'm interested in this question about Asian American violence. But I know there was a spike in violence against Asian Americans, at least in the United States, early in the pandemic. And I think you mentioned the UK in your paper as well, and then your test case was New South Wales. But Australia was sort of locked down more than some of the than the US or UK, I think. Was there a different trajectory of anti-Asian hate crimes in New South Wales as opposed to the US and UK? And have those has that trajectory leveled off or declined at all? In what's the difference between 2020 and 2021?
That's a really fascinating question. And the New South Wales project, just to clarify too, and I probably didn't make this very clear, but it wasn't related to Asian American or just Asian minority hate crimes generally, but rather was just like an example of a collaboration that could be utilized to resolve the issue. And as to your question in terms of like opening up, this was something that the UK dealt with, and a lot of sort of political leaders in the UK were concerned about, is the increased occurrences of hate crimes as a result of sort of like loosening restrictions and people being able to go out again. And so they did see when the United Kingdom was locked down, I don't know about Australia specifically, but when the United Kingdom had more severe restrictions, there were fewer instances of hate crimes. Whereas when they were able to leave again, there were increased instances of hate crimes. So yes, I'm not sure if that answered your question, but these COVID restrictions also play a role in the sort of trajectory of, or the rate of hate crimes towards Asian Americans and Asian persons across the globe.
Thank you. And I want to have a question for Stephanie, and I do. If any of you have questions for one another, please feel free to ask. But Stephanie, you were talking about accountability, and at one point in the longer paper, you mentioned collaborations between academia, the private sector, and social organizations. I'm sort of interested in this idea of how the private sector might contribute or be held accountable in some ways, in particular during COVID. So my question, what are the incentives for government and private sectors to work toward sustainability and improved human rights? And how have the VLRs, can they contribute to making such incentives tangible and effective?
Excellent question. Thank you so much. That's one big part of the issue that we identified, the lack of participation of private sector and other stakeholders. And it is relevant because the SDGs in particular touch upon the idea of environmental protection, citizens development, urbanization, and all of those projects involve one private or company or private entities that and investors, private investors. So we are in Latin America in particular. We have the issue of mining companies. We have the issue of corporations and the protection of rights, labor rights. And there are initiatives where, for example, a company can certify good practices by including a stamp on their product saying we comply with SDG standards, for example, and that makes the competence and the market more interested in those kind of products because of their protection to or their alignment to this new narrative of SDGs. So that's one big example for products that don't use child labor force, the products that do not contaminate rivers, or that protect basic labor rights. So that in that area, I would say that the role of private sector is not is relevant, but not just relevant, but necessary for the implementation stage in the post-pandemic scenario.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think I have to, if you weren't finished, I need to interrupt you. Thank you. Thank you all for your participation. We're out of time. I just want to I wish we were all in one room in Gwangju talking about this, but I'm glad that to have the experience of meeting you online for such inspiring young scholars and human rights workers. And thank you very much for your presentations. And I think we need to thank again the Gwangju International Center and Raoul Wallenberg Institute for sponsoring these presentations. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure listening to your presentations and your responses.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Thank you so much. Pleasure is ours.
Yeah.
Good luck.
All right, guys. Good morning here in Korea. Good to see you guys. Welcome to the second session of Human Rights Paper session, right? As you know, this is the second session, and I believe that the first session went well. And welcome again to the second session of Human Rights Paper session presentation. And we've got three interesting presentations today, and to tell you this in advance, they're going to make a presentation for 10 minutes each presenters. We've got one individual presenter and two teams of presenters. Okay, so let's get started. As you know, it has been almost 2 years now, right, since the outbreak of COVID-19 situation, and there have been a lot of issues and controversies regarding how to deal with this COVID-19 situation, and regarding how the authorities, officials of the government of each country deal with the COVID-19 situation, both locally and globally, and communicating with each other, right, among the countries, and regarding the relationship between human rights and how they deal with this disease, and how they deal with the lockdown, how they deal with vaccination, all the things. It's very complicated, and there are a lot of situations and issues going on, as you know, both locally and globally, and it continues to force us to think about all these issues, especially that are related to the human rights, because sometimes there are a lot of very controversies between how the government forces people, local level, to be locked down, and how the university deal with it. It's all related to this kind of different, very small issues from the education affecting our daily lives, from the education, from to our health concerns and other issues. A lot of issues are involved with this situation, you know what I'm talking about. So in the midst of this pandemic situation, I think it's really kind of interesting and exciting for us to have this kind of a human rights paper session, because there are a lot of researches going on regarding all these issues, and we've got these three presentations regarding how this COVID-19 situation is related to education and related to local citizens or local people's human rights, and how it is related to the roles of local religious leaders. And they are the topics of today's presentations. And we want to welcome the presenters, okay, by uploading. Okay, so thank you. Let me introduce the first presenter today. The first presenter is Shah Nawaz, and the title of the presentation is How the City Protects the Rights of Their Citizens in Pandemic COVID-19 Lockdown, a Case Analysis of Daily Wager of Karachi, Pakistan. Okay, so she's going to make a presentation on this case study for 10 minutes, and after that we're going to move on to the next presenter. Okay, and she is from Sogang University. She is doctoral students at the university. Okay, so I'm going to give the microphone to Shanawaz now, so you can go on.
Thank you, Professor, so much. Basically, I'm a he, and I'm a Shanawaz, and I'm from Pakistan. And presently, I'm a PhD student at Sogang University. And I'm going to talk about the COVID-19, how it's impacting on the basically daily wage earners. So this is my presentation. I hope you guys can see my slides. So basically, we know about that cities are getting, crowded, due to their pull factors, having a good environment, education, and transportation, employment. So cities are become now a fueling engine of many nation states. Like in Korea, we can witness that Seoul is like a fueling engine of South Korea. Similarly, Karachi is a 22 million population, has a 22 million population. It's one of the largest and populated city of the world, 11th populated city of the world, and having around 25 million population in Karachi. So according to the United Nations, even that majority of the world population is going to live in the cities. Presently around 55% population of the world is living in the cities. Same goes with also Pakistan. Around 54% population of Pakistan living in urban areas, mostly in the cities. And they are regularly migrating towards the cities because for the nature of the earning a job, industrialization, having good facilities, sanitation. But mostly people are ending up where it's very important to understand that in slum areas, in the poverty areas, in search of for the job. When they enter, they just enter to the poverty, and they are just earning around $5 per day if there is a regular situation. Right now we are living in the COVID-19, but somehow So according to ILO, that Pakistan have around 50 million labor, but this labor is divided into different areas and different cities. And why? Sorry. So yeah, Karachi around, I told you already that we have a 22 million population is, under smart, partial, and full lockdown. And those people who are living on the $5, they don't have that kind of the saving. The cities, when the COVID-19 started, the cities just move to or rush towards just lockdown without considering those vulnerable groups, or without considering those groups, those are living in the poverty or in the slum areas, that how they will face the situation. Because we witnessed in India also that when India become lockdown, not many, around like 10 to 20 people died when they are returning to their villages. Similar happened with the Pakistan, but media was not reporting. So many people there's no, confirmed data with me, so I cannot put here the data, but many people died when the Karachi was closed because the factories were shut down. They don't have a proper contract with factory owners. They were the daily wage earners, so their contract was just ended and people returned to the home, and factory owners said, we don't have a work, factories are closed, just go back to your home. Even Pakistan Economic Survey revealed that around 20 million people lost their jobs in the cities. Those are the registered people. You have to understand that majority of the labor in Pakistan is not registered labor, because they are the labor who are sitting outside of the street and looking for the daily work, like a construction, a small fruit sellers or small food sellers, or garment owners, where the garment labor, they don't register them, because if they register, they have to provide a retirement and other funds. So most of the factory owners don't register those people. As I earlier told you that conservative figures, I told you that $5, but even the government of Pakistan said there should be a minimum daily wage should be for the labor is $6 to $7. Consider it's a nothing. It's a nothing that people don't have a saving in their home. If they have a saving, maybe they could have a $200 or maybe $100. People should have that kind of the saving. That's why I already told you that once the lockdown become imposed by the cities, food lockdown, then people, we witness in the major cities like in New York, in London, people are fighting in the grocery shops for the tissue papers. Consider the developing countries situation where the people don't have that kind of the facilities, how people struggle about the living, utilities. Suddenly the shops were closed, the prices become rise up, and people unable even to pay the prices. So city government was totally failed to control all those situations, especially in the developing countries like Pakistan. Mainly, I want to also mention that garment, mostly the females are the garment labor in the factories. So once they lost the job, it means the biggest disaster for the household, because mostly in Pakistan, the females are garments are worker are the the main earner for their household. So there was one survey also conducted by one of the organization. And that revealed us that most of the labor complain that we don't have a saving. If this lockdown remain constant and continue, we are going to be begging. And we also listened, the news, because again, there was no confirmed academic data, so I cannot share here. But we listened the news that many people did commit a suicide because of the COVID-19, goes like a 2 month, 3 month lockdown. People don't have a saving in their account, how to eat a food, how to buy a food. And the government does not have any plan to provide sufficient food and sufficient utilities to them. Like in major cities, most of the people in Korea registered with with AI. Their data is available with AI. But in Pakistan is underdeveloped country or developing country. So mostly people are looking for the begging or go to break down the curfew and go looking for the food and asking the neighbor, please provide us food. But in Trump, when we look to the city government, there was no information, there was no planning how to deal the lockdown, but they were more focused about how to impose the lockdown, how to impose the social distance. Instead, they were looking how to provide a sufficient time or sufficient kind of the policy for the labor, how they can buy the food. I mean, there was no strategy by the city government of Karachi. I already told you that Karachi, there was social protection mechanism is also available with the city government, because city governments were never prepared that kind of the COVID-19. And mostly, if you look to the developing countries, cities, their most of their work goes like a sanitation, how to improve the sanitation, how to improve the road infrastructure, how to maintain the electricity or health infrastructure. They never think about that kind of the COVID-19 pandemic is going to hit them. So cities are never prepared for them. But we know the nature of the cities are very overcrowded. They are hub of the pandemic. If the pandemic can start, it will be difficult to control. So similarly, Karachi does not have any kind of the plan how to maintain, but they're just forced to be impose the lockdown. I say imposed because it was a forced, not volunteer. People want to have work, like those in the health, public health nature, we understand that. So that's why I told you, city government also restricted the public and transportation. That was a disastrous, because the people were just unable to move their villages. They were just trapped in their homes and looking for the food, looking for the electricity. Even the people are coming, said the next day we are going to cut your electricity after 1 month if you don't pay the money. In Pakistan, the electricity is very expensive. We made electricity from the fossil fuels, so electricity is very expensive. So similarly, there was no plan by the government. But who were the mostly impacted by the this COVID pandemic? The survey told us the daily labor, which is around in Pakistan, is around 65 million. But in Karachi, around 2 million people are living on daily labor. Those are the daily labor. They don't have a job security. You have to understand there's no job security. They are just come to the street looking for construction work, looking for a garment work. Wherever, people just ask them there is a work, they will go over there. So they don't have a permanent jobs. Similarly, we also aware about, we are from the Asian countries, mostly the rickshaw, tuk-tuk drivers, restaurant owners, small food owners. They were just so vulnerable to looking how to survive. And also I want to share with you that according to the World Bank, around 24% of Pakistani population is living below poverty line. We have a 220 million population, and Pakistan is 6th world populated country in the world. So I already, sharing the information. When I search the data and the information, and I'm also from the part of that Karachi, we just witnessed that cities, developing cities, like even Karachi, we include them, they don't have any kind of a planning or strategy how to face that kind of the humanitarian or as this kind of the pandemic to, prepare a plan and deal with that kind of the issue and protect our citizens. The first, I already told you, there is a response was how to impose the lockdown and social distance, how to stop the public transportation. There was no plan how to deal or how to protect those peoples. So mostly what city do, the city put the police outside of the houses, outside of the big apartment, and force them to remain in the home instead going out. And sometimes even beating, torturing. Sometimes if they go outside, the police tortured them. What I feel why this is happening, there was a big question for me that why it's happening right now. Why the city is doing this way. First, I feel a city does not have that kind of the understanding that how to protect their citizen in the pandemic, during the pandemic, I'm saying. In the Karachi, especially in the case of Karachi, I'm saying, not other cities. So And then I also realized and searched the Karachi does not have any kind of the human rights policy. Like I also witnessed, I live in Gwangju. We have a human rights commissioner here. We have a human rights commissioner in Seoul also. There's a human rights department, especially city-based. But in Karachi, there was no human rights department. There was no sustainable city planning for there. So there was no available information to how to deal and protect the human rights in the cities. Because I already told you, mostly they focus on the development instead of the protection of human rights. Similarly, I already also witnessed, I also talking with many people and policy planner in Karachi, they told that we don't have a information and knowledge about human rights. So mostly that's happened, those vulnerable citizens become more impacted. So I finally am going to recommendations.
All right, sorry for interrupting you. So we are nearly,
yes,
the time is nearly over.
Just I think so 1 minute maybe for the recommendation. Really short, right?
So can you wrap it up now? And we're gonna have a Q&A session, and you will have more time
it's a final recommendation.
Questions later. Yeah, during the Q&As. Yes, you can make.
It's a final slide.
Comment.
Yeah, it's a final slide.
Yeah.
So it's a final slide, and I'm just suggesting that I just recommended what to cities as to do. Cities is, as we already shared, the cities are going to be a fueling engine. They are going to have a pulling factors. They are going to be rural population migrate them. So it's important to have some kind of the human rights or sustainable cities guideline or policy for the cities, especially in case of Karachi. The city should do right now the immediate registration of the labor in the Karachi, because they are very vulnerable. They need support from the city, and they have to protect. The city have to protect. Similarly, develop a strong protection mechanism to deal with future in such issues, and there should be established some kind of the mechanism between civil society groups and the government, that how to establish a lockdown without impacting those vulnerable groups. And then the final is contingency planning. There should be some contingency planning to deal such kind of the issue. Thank you so much. This is my end of slide presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Sorry for not giving you a lot of time, so just 10 minutes, right? 10 minutes is so limited and short, shorter than expected, actually, right? And I'm sorry, Shauna's, because, I mentioned she when I was introducing you to the audience. Sorry about that, right? I didn't know that. And yeah, it was a really interesting presentation, and you're going to have more time to talk about it in more details when answering the questions. And as for the Q&A session later, after all the presentation, audience, feel free to ask any questions regarding its presenters, presentation. And we're going to have Q&A session again. So now it's time to move on to the second presenter. Okay, actually it's a team, right? Bora Vintan and Sophorn Tui, they're going to make a presentation on the situation in Cambodia. And the title of the presentation is Inclusive Higher Education in the Context of COVID-19, Perspectives of University Lecturers in Cambodia. So it's going to be interesting because it focuses on higher education and university situation. Okay, please welcome this team for the second presentation.
Thank you so much, Professor Kim, for your kind introduction. And good morning from Cambodia. I am Bora Vintan. Along with my co-author, Ms. Pontoy, we're going to present you on our topic on inclusive higher education in Cambodia. Yes. To give you a little bit of background of the context of COVID-19 in Cambodia, as of October 1st, 2021, there are more than 110,000 cases confirmed in Cambodia, of which more than 2,300 deaths so far. Such a high number of the cases led to school closures since March 2020, and including 124 higher education institutes as well. The rapid switch to the online or distant learning here is something very new to the higher educations, to students as well as to teachers in Cambodia. So the rapid switch here, we are using the low technological solutions for the higher educations, namely Zoom, Google Meet, Microsoft Teams, Telegram, Messengers, and other communication media in order to facilitate the teaching as well as communication between teachers and students. But what is concerning here is the limited resources as well as the weak infrastructure in our higher education system. We are not only limited in terms of study and teaching material, but also in terms of the ICT infrastructure mainly in order to successfully transform from a physical classroom to a digitalized learning environments for all the students and teachers here. So our paper here focuses on the research question, which asks, how does online teaching affect inclusive and quality higher education in Cambodia? In order to answer these questions, we focus on the framework of human rights-based approach to educations, namely the right to access to educations, the right to quality higher education, and the right to participate in education. In addition, we also focus on the Sustainable Development Goal number 4, which calls for inclusive higher education for all. In order to answer these questions, we conducted 11 semi-structured interviews with 11 key informants. Those are the university lecturers, including male and female lecturers in the capital cities, as well as in the province, in order to gain insight and also document their experience in this new teaching and learning environments. Actually, this study is a semi-longitudinal research because we first conducted interview in August to September 2020, and we have a follow-up and also a new additional interview from June to July 2021. And this research as well is also supported by the RWI in Cambodia. From our interviews with our key informants, what presents as a major challenge is in terms of lecturer readiness. I believe not only in Cambodia, but across the world, education personnel, especially teachers or lecturers, have to switch from physical classroom to online learning environments in matters of days, without proper support, proper guidance, or proper trainings in order to switch successfully. So in this case, our interviewee has indicated 3 stages of barrier in terms of the transitions, in terms of plannings, implementations, and assessments of the students. However, throughout the years from 2020 to 2021 here, our lecturers has indicated significant improvement in terms of planning and implementations of the online learning. Especially, they indicated familiarity with the online teaching platform and tools, and also improvement in terms of the participation and engagement of the students in the online classes. However, what remains an issue is the assessments of the performance of the students, because in their word, how can we assess what students have learned? Especially in terms of life skill and professional developments that cannot be transferred through the online learning environments. So therefore, it can also be a challenge for the graduate student to participate in the competitive labor market once they graduate. So we suggest some key elements in order to prepare lecturers in order to successfully transform into an online learning environment where everyone is included and also quality is ensured. Those are pedagogical support in terms of online teaching methodology, which can ensure that interactive and participatory learning for all has been ensured and make sure that their students do not feel alone in the online learning environment. Second, the ICT training and support. We have gathered the data and it's indicate that there is a digital literacy gap between the senior and junior lecturers. So in this case, senior lecturers has more difficulty in order to adapt with the new digital learning environments, and therefore it can also affect their flow of teaching and also their quality of teaching in that aspect. So therefore, we suggest ongoing and also as early as possible ICT training and support, which ensure that they can incorporate those digital learning features in their class, as well as ensuring the stable and at low cost internet connections in order to ensure their quality teachings. Last but not least, moral support. Here we want to mainly focus on female lecturers because in Cambodia, as well as in many other countries, females lecturers face more unpaid domestic care and others household chores during the close down or the lockdown. The lockdown in this case is somehow affect their quality of teaching. Some teachers even voluntarily reduce their teaching hours so that they can have more time in order to take care of their families, in order to do the household chores during the lockdown or during the school closures. So in this case, it really presents a challenge to the retentions of female lecturers in higher education where the number of female lecturers is already so low compared to the male counterparts. In this case, we also find that not only lecturers are facing difficulties in terms of assessing the ICT knowledge and skill, but the students are the same because students in Cambodia do not have the learning tools, namely the laptop or smartphone, for example, because of their economic situations. And in this case, what is also more important is digital gender gap that we can identify between male and female students. In particular, where there is a perception that men are more likely to have access and basic ICT knowledge and skill than female students. In this case, because of the social economic, or in particular, we refer to traditional norm that do not encourage female students to learn those things in their family or in their community, that leads to such a digital gender gap exists between male and female students. In the case of Cambodia, it's not just merely digital literacy, but it's also a more complex pre-existing geographical and cultural social economic issue that need to take into consideration as well when addressing these online teaching environments. Because some students need to give up their study or not fully participated in their study because of their loss of income, that they need to work extra or migrate to somewhere else in order to find job to support their families. Some also needs to take care of their family members, the elder family members, their sibling, and also to help with their household chores, especially those female students in the province or in the more remote area where traditional norms and socio-economic role or gender role is still a persistent issue in their families. So in this case, those intangible barriers really need to be addressed and taken into consideration when we want to ensure the quality and inclusive higher education in Cambodia. So in conclusions, we can see that the higher education in Cambodia here is far from ready to transition to a complete online learning environments where everyone is not left behind. Moreover, the complex and systematic pre-existing issue aforementioned also further subjects some groups to more vulnerabilities in these environments, especially the female students, those in remote area or those from low-income family, etc. However, this also serves as an opportunity which we can bring to light the issue of the higher education subsector as well as the education sector as a whole in order to incorporate a more inclusive and also gender responsive approach in the medium and long-term response intra-period as well as post-COVID-19 recoveries and reform system in the education system of Cambodia as a whole. And thank you very much. If you have any questions, feel free to ask us later on. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. It was really interesting because it was about university education, how they handle the situation regarding the online classes, right? As for Korea's situation, in Korea, it's kind of a shift between online and offline as per the level of the lockdown, right? There are separate levels, right? It has been divided into kind of 4 different levels, right? From 1 to 4, right? As it's a higher number, right? It gets tougher, right? And universities have been trying to, deal with the classes, right? Other educational situations regarding the levels, different levels, right? Okay, so now it's time to move on to the third presenter. It's another team. We've got the last presenters, right, of this human rights paper session 2, right? Let me introduce them. They are the presenter is Giovanni Albertin and they are from the Department of International Relations at the University of Lampung. And, Lampung is in Indonesia, right? So the title of the presentation is Trust Building and the Roles of Local Religious Leaders in Countering COVID-19 Pandemic Within Society, a case study of Bandar Lampung City, Indonesia. So please welcome the last presenters today.
Okay, thank you so much for this great opportunity. Good day, the Honorable Moderator, Professor Song-Hoon Kim, if I'm mistaken, and all members of this panel. My name is Giovanni Albertin. I am representing my team to represent our research paper on trust building and the roles of local religious leaders in countering COVID-19 pandemic within society, case study of Bandar Lampung City, Indonesia. Well, the presentation today contains introduction, problem and objectives, analytical framework, methodology, results, and conclusion. Ladies and gentlemen, let me begin by giving a brief profile of the city. Bandar Lampung is one of the cities located in Lampung Province, Indonesia. It is geographically located in Sumatra Islands, which is one of the big islands in Indonesia. Having the characteristics of Indonesia, Bandar Lampung consists of many cultural identities, like ethnicities and religions. And several religions recognized and registered are Islam, Christian, Catholic, Hinduism, Buddhism, Confucianism, and aliran kepercayaan. Each of them has a different proportion of total population. As we can see on the screen, the table shows the percentage of each religion from the total population in the city. Islam is dominating with a percentage of 93.28%, while aliran kepercayaan becomes the minority among them with its total population is 8 people. After the pandemic hit Indonesia, Bandar Lampung was included as one of the critical cities in Lampung province with a total 10,854 cases as of September 7, 2021. Among the other agencies, Bandar Lampung has the highest case rate based on the data of COVID-19 updates provided by Lampung province government. However, The data apparently do not necessarily make people cautious. Instead, they are skeptical of the government. This study aims to see the role of local religious leaders in countering COVID-19 and how trust building in the society is being pursued. This research finally reveals that the roles of local religious leaders are the essential elements in building trust to overcome the COVID-19 pandemic among inclusive societies which uphold human rights principles. In this research, we utilized concepts relating to effective leadership within inclusive society to generate trust building in the context of COVID-19 pandemic anticipation. According to Raoul Wallenberg Institute, inclusive social orders point to enable and advance the social incorporation of all individuals in any case of age, gender, disability, race, ethnicity, brood, religion, economy, or other status. The UN also defines inclusive society as a kind of social arrangement that look for to decrease imbalance and make an adaptable and tolerant society that grasps all. In this context, this research uses the inclusive society concept to characterize the multiculturalism in Bandar Lampung. In addition, an inclusive society also reflects a city that respects human rights which according to UN includes the right to life, right to freedom, right to health and education, and so on. Therefore, we also relate this paper to the Gwangju Human Rights Indicator number 5, which is public health and sanitation, and number 12, cultural diversity and identity. Going on to the next part, which is methodology. This study uses a qualitative methodological approach by interviewing the leaders and figures of each religion existing in the local city. It includes Islam, Christian, Catholic, Hinduism, Buddhism, and Confucianism. The data collected in this research relates to knowledge, behaviors, and activities of local religious leaders in the context of pandemic. We are also collecting the opinion from individuals through conducting questionnaires by sharing Google Form across the city in order to see their opinions toward the roles of local religious leaders in countering COVID-19 pandemic. The respondents of the survey are individuals starting from those who are 17 years old to the seniors, about more than 45 years old, coming from different villages. And they are spread in 20 districts in the city unevenly, so that it becomes an obstacle in the process of collecting data. The research results in 5 out of 6 local religious leaders are practicing effective leadership. Effective leadership, which is measured through several indicators from the concept used in this research, including ability to see the big picture of an issue and give the most appropriate advice based on the religion's values and traditions, and also be able to work under human rights values and promote an inclusive and collegial atmosphere within society. In this context, the 5 local religious leaders are actively voicing and educating people regarding COVID-19 and its prevention, and importantly, without discriminating. Their contribution is shown through their collaboration with the government, like distributing aid and provide social assistance if needed. Some of them are actively using social media as the medium to sharing and caring, posting educational videos, and the others are actively voicing stay at home or promoting vaccination in every opportunity during worship activities. The results also shows that more than 70% of the total respondents are stated that their tendency to trust religious leaders in the context of dealing with COVID-19, while 60% of them agree to the effectiveness of the roles of local religious leaders to the COVID-19 pandemic anticipation. However, the number of respondents who join a religious community also could be a factor that influences their view of the role of religious leaders. As we can see in the screen, the green part refers to people who are joining a particular religious community, while the yellow part refers to people who are not joining any kind of religious community. This then could affect how they think and act, especially their views toward COVID-19 pandemic and their trust in religious leaders. Respondents of this study amounted to 68 people, gathered through sharing Google Form across the city for approximately amount. Finally, we arrive at the final conclusion. Ladies and gentlemen, the role of local religious leader in dealing with COVID-19 is important. The final result of the study concludes that people tend to follow the direction and advice of a religious leader because they are believed to be role model in behavior. Through this research, it is proven that 5 out of 7 local religious leaders in Bandar Lampung have succeeded in bringing their people together to face COVID-19. Their understanding and openness to the differences and multiculturalism in Bandar Lampung encourages the creation of an inclusive social environment so that the handling of COVID-19 becomes more effective because of the cohesiveness of every existing religion. That's all the presentation. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much for your interesting presentation. Okay, it was about how to deal with the COVID-19 situation in terms of the religious leaderships at local levels, right? And it was really interesting. So now we're moving on to Q&A time, right? I'd like to welcome any questions for each presenter or presentation team. From the floor, I'd like to open the opportunity to ask, questions. Feel free to ask questions. And as far as I know, there is one open question in the Q&A. The first question is for Shanawaz. Let me read it. How do the wage laborers react to the lockdown? Have there been any kind of united protest there to address the issue? In Korea, there have been a lot of, united protest among, workers, factory workers, or, shop owners, store owners, or small businessmen, or something like that. There are a lot of conflicts between the government policy regarding this pandemic situation and their kind of economic benefits or economic situations, right? So the conflict is all about kind of money, what I'm talking about, right? Because their income is drastically reducing, and their economic situation is getting drastically worse and worse. Even though the situation is fluctuating these days, it's up and down. There are a lot of up and downs, right? What about the situation in Pakistan, especially regarding this wage laborers?
Thank you, Professor.
Regarding the united protest, okay? Then maybe the point of the question here, okay?
Yes. So basically, one of the important thing is that people are doing protest. The labor is doing protest, the shopkeepers are doing protest, and the daily wage labor we are looking, they are not well organized. They don't have a labor unions in Pakistan because since we are facing in the past 3 military coups, so the military dictatorship don't allow to register any kind of the labor union in Pakistan. Even in now, we have a democracy, but we call it a hybrid regime in Pakistan. So there is a small scale of protest is going on, but government is like, they are not listening. They mainly focus about how to impose the lockdown, and they are not listening the daily labor wage earners.
Thank you very much. Do we have another questions from the floor? Okay, if you have any questions, feel free to ask the question. You can type it there in Q&A, right? Oh, somebody has got a question here. Let me read it for you. How do the universities afford the students who are coming from remote areas in providing equal education while we are all also facing tremendous challenges related to COVID-19? Thank you. Okay, I think this question should go to the second presenters, right? Bravin 10, you can you can answer the question here.
Thank you so much for the questions. Actually, before COVID-19, we offer scholarships to students who are living in remote area, as well as those who come from low-income families. We also have special scholarship provided to female students as well to participate in the bachelor degrees. However, due to COVID-19, university as well as the Ministry of Education has not done very much in terms of facilitating the accessibilities of the online learning for the students, especially the female student as well. So in this case, there is no exclusive measure or exclusive policy in order to provide for those students, but instead they have to find their own ways in order to respond to the issue at hand. In particular, they have to find internet access. That is the key issue that has been suffered by the students in remote areas, as well as in the city as well, in fact. In this case, those students has indicated unstable internet connections, but also in terms of the weather that has really posed challenge for them, because in the remote area in particular, they suffer heavy rainstorm, thunderstorms, and windy situations that really affects their learning environments. There is even some photos taken of those students in the remote area where they have to climb up in the tree in order to get the internet access. That is the situation in the context of Cambodia that we have somehow do not have response yet in order to make sure that they have accessibility in that issue. To give a little bit of more context in our case as well, the higher education institution in Cambodia have relative autonomy in deciding what policy they should take or what measure they should take in this case. So therefore, there has not been any consistency in implementing those policies to target those in the remote areas or those who are coming from low-income families. And even though there has not been any data collected yet in terms of the dropout rate or in terms of the effects of the school closures on those students, but from the university lecturers that we interview, they have indicated significant decrease in the performance of female students, and to a certain extent, there are also some dropout they have seen in their class as well, including the female students. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your answer. And do we have another answer? You can answer the questions. We can get answers from the other presenters, or the presenters, you can ask each other questions, right? Feel free to ask questions and answer, okay? So I think I've got a question. In Korea, at the beginning of the COVID-19 situation, there was a great controversy regarding tuition, university tuition, because some groups of students believe that the online education or online classes through Zoom or other platform are relatively worse than in-person classes, right? So they believe that the tuition should be reduced, right? The amount of tuition is so burdensome, or compared to the quality of this Zoom or other platform classes, right? So has there been any kind of similar situation in Cambodia? Something like that?
Indeed. In fact, there is also debate on whether tuition should be waived or should be reduced in response to changing to the online learning environments. But most of the education's higher education institutions, in fact, are suffering the biggest dilemma in their existence, balancing between financial stabilities and also providing sort of quality education to the students. However, if they decided to go for the reduce of the tuitions, it will really prejudice to their financial sustainabilities, taken into consideration these difficult times. And in fact, some institutions has already closed down in the past months. So it's really a big challenge in that regards. However, from what we have learned from our interview as well, in terms of their management role in the universities, the one aspect of the tuition as well is not only in terms of reducing the tuition or not, but in terms of paying the tuition as well. Our financial sector is in fact not very much developed yet. They are very used to paying that tuition physically, or like meeting the financial officer, something like that. So when we switch to the online learning, they get lost. They don't know how to pay their tuition fee. They don't know how to get their enrollment or something like that. So this also associated with the tuitions and how they get access to their higher education as well. Because whenever we start a new academic year, many students come from the province to study in the cities. So in that case, it's also a big challenge for them that they don't know where to go. They don't know how to do it. Some people were afraid that they need to reconsider enrolling in the higher education as well. So that is also another big issue that needs to be taken into consideration, but yet has not been well documented.
Thank you for your kind and detailed answer to the question. Is there any other questions from the floor or from the presenters to each other? Or do you have any kind of extra comments or statements to add up to your own presentation? I mean, presenters?
Yes, I just add one more point more about the female students increase about the merit. Yet they drop because of the COVID-19, and you can see that they might could not pursue their education after the COVID, and because when they go to their home at homeland, so because of these difficult for them or to study by online, and some of them they drop. So they got arranged merit from their parents, especially happened with the rural female students.
Okay, thank you very much for your additional comment. Okay, do we have another question? I don't think we have another one. Okay, so I think it's time to wrap it up. You know, the second session, I believe went well, and thank you for your great and interesting topics on your presentations. We have talked about 3 different topics that are kind of unique regarding the situation of each country: Cambodia, Indonesia, and Pakistan, right? In terms of education, in terms of wage laborers, in terms of religious leaders, their roles, right? They're all interesting. Thank you again. I appreciate it. And you can, good luck with your researches. They will be going on. If you can develop it further and more with good data and statistics, it will be great. It will be great. And I'm looking forward to reading your, kind of finalized papers and finalized researches with the great results, right? With further researches and deeper thoughts and, theories. So thank you again for your participation in this session, and thank you participants and audience from the floors. And the human rights paper session is going to continue, and the third session is waiting for you. So stay tuned, and it's going to get started within 10 minutes. And our second session is now over. Thank you again. I appreciate your participation.
Thank you so much.
Let us
you.
wrap it up by applauding. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Have a great day. Good luck with your further research. Thank you.
Yesterday, and now I realized that the pandemic is quite near us than ever before. And above all, I'm seriously wondering how I can survive with my 3 young boys in this limited space and providing a proper emotional cares and as well as meeting their basic needs. Yeah. And today, we are invited to 3 presentations on human rights issues from Bangladesh and the Philippines and Iran. And they will discuss specific issues such as artificial intelligence for public health and a new model of online platform for social activists and local governments, and motivational role of language in news reports and official statements from government agencies. Okay, before we start, if you have any questions regarding the 3 presentations, please feel free to leave us a message during the presentation. And right after all the presentations, and we'll have a Q&A session for 20 minutes. Okay, then I can share your questions and comments with our presenters later this session. Okay. All right. I cannot wait to join the presentations. Okay. Our first presenter is Dr. Simon Reza Talukder. He's senior lecturer in the School of Law at Barak University at Bangladesh. And he's giving a presentation on the functions of artificial intelligence for public health under the title of Rights-Based Use of Artificial Intelligence as a Public Health Tool in Post-COVID Cities. Okay. So today he will discuss how AI can help us cope with the pandemic. And at the same time, he will anticipate what ethical issues can be raised. Okay. All right. Now we welcome Dr. Talukder. Okay.
Thank you, Kim. Can you hear me? Kim, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Let me share the screen.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And let me give. Okay. So, welcome to everyone. The topic of my presentation is rights-based use of artificial intelligence as a public health tool in post-COVID cities. This is a cross-disciplinary idea that I am still trying to explore. I am trying to find the answers of many questions that certainly popped up in my mind. So that is why I will leave some food for thoughts today for you all, or maybe we can discuss on this. So in a nutshell, the COVID-19 actually has brought fundamental changes to our global economy. Like initially, it was estimated that like 2 to 2.5% drop would be happen in global GDP. Actually, 4.5% drop happened, resulting almost 3.94 trillion USD loss in the global economic growth, and that is a huge amount. People's mobility, we all know. I don't need to emphasize on to that because we all are still stuck somewhere, somehow. To some extent, we cannot go or move freely all around the world. Even we are having our this session online, not in person. So you see, we can easily understand the people's mobility issue. Public health, that is a bit past status, definitely if I take the status of statistics of today, it will be, I think nearly 5 million people already dead, maybe, or it will increase in the upcoming days. And sorry, it is as of September 2021, not 2020. USA, India, Brazil, countries like these big countries have been the top 3 in terms of coronavirus transmissions. The American region, like South America and North America, they are the most affected areas with most confirmed cases of COVID-19 transmissions. So this is the situation of the public health. And also there are other aspects of public health associated to that, like our physical, mental, and spiritual well-being are also affected. So also, it has brought fundamental changes to the way of our life, like work from home culture. I do not know how much we have been able to cope up with that work from home culture. And one of the negative aspects of that, like sense of distorted time and no work-life balance. I have heard from many of my colleagues that they are working more in online than they used to work in presence, in offline. And also there is no exact time, like when is the office time and when is the personal life. So these are the challenges we face. Long closure of schools in Bangladesh, this month the school actually opened. Since last March to August of this year, like almost 1.5 years, the schools and colleges and other educational institutions were shut down in Bangladesh. And in many parts of the world, they have been closed for a long time. And it's a risk that many of the students might not come, especially in the underdeveloped and developing countries. It affected our physical, mental, and emotional well-being, especially for the children. There need a fresh study, like how much it impacted the children, because they are most sensitive section of the society. And pandemic fueled shortages and growing inequalities, that is also other concern. Like some people, even in the pandemic, they got benefited, but most of the people, they actually lost their, many of the people lost their income, especially in developing countries. We have seen scarcity in many global resources that the countries are trying to recover from. So some fundamental changes have been done in our society that will not be the same in the post-COVID era. And if I talk about the cities, what impact COVID actually put in the cities, city or urban areas have been the most affected areas by COVID-19 if I compare with the rural areas. The cities were hit early, like the first influx of the COVID, or the first transmission of the COVID actually mostly happened in the cities. Although the timing and impacts of the COVID have been different in different parts of the world, but cities are the first affected areas. And epidemiological models predicted that without proper mitigation strategies, COVID-19 would spread faster in urban metropolitan areas than rural areas. That is another concern for us. Those who are living in the urban areas or city areas, we are more vulnerable in comparing with the rural people. That if there is no proper mitigation strategies, would be mostly affected and early affected. Also, cities with inequalities. That is another significant findings, that cities with inequalities and a high concentration of urban poor living in crowded housing do appear to be more vulnerable than those are of with better resource, less crowded and more equal. So equality is also another important factor, that when pandemic or something emergency situation hits the cities, and if there is already persisting inequalities or already existing social anomalies, then the impact of that pandemic or emergency situation will be higher than comparing to other areas. So that is one of the important findings many scholars around the world are saying these days. Also, there might be 4 reasons that have been identified behind the megacities who became the hottest spots of the COVID-19, if I compare with them with the rural areas. Definitely the megacities are overcrowded or extremely densely populated areas. The connectivity, the people in the city areas do more travel comparing to people in the rural areas. So connectivity also helped to spread COVID-19 in very fast pace. Also crowded living conditions where it is difficult to maintain the public health. That is another important aspect. And exposed occupations. Many of the city dwellers who are actually doing such hazardous job, who are exposed to the impact of the environment or impact of the COVID pandemic like COVID. And in the city areas, if we compare the environment, often are not people friendly, and people who are working under that condition, they are more exposed than the people working in the safe environment. So pandemic hits them more and earlier than the others. So these 4 could be the reasons behind the megacities who became COVID-19 hotspots. So in the COVID-19, during the COVID-19, we have seen the more and increased use of artificial intelligence-based public health tools, especially used by city areas or urban areas. Firstly, the contact tracing apps. In the very beginning of the COVID-19, perhaps the contact tracing apps is one of the first AI-based solutions, public health tools that the governments adopted, or even the other public health administrators, or even the private sectors. They also adopted that means to contain the pandemic. I can give you the statistics. The Council of Europe enlisted 104 different types of apps being used by 53 countries as of June 2020 in order to contain COVID-19 pandemic. You see, so how widely such kind of contact tracing apps used all around the world in the beginning of the pandemic last year. Many of these contact tracing apps relied on Bluetooth technology of mobile phone for location analytics, and along with the additional layer of geolocation information collected through the GPS system. So these have been the technologies which have been used for the contact tracing apps. Also, other types of AI-based public health tools like body temperature counting at different checkpoints at airports, train stations, or various city locations or public locations. Such technologies also have been used in the early stages of the pandemic. Another thing is that cameras, surveillance technologies, facial recognition technologies, they used for surveillance and traffic detention to identify and trace back people who have been in close contact with the suspected COVID positive individuals. These also have been widely used all around the world, especially within the city areas. And in the post-COVID world, what is going to happen? Most likely, the AI-driven public health measures will remain as a regular practice. That is the significant thing. Although we started with that AI-driven solutions in the beginning of the pandemic, but it is most likely will continue. And that is the post-COVID reality that we will be facing, or we are already facing. And developing early warning systems on viral transmissions or retaining health data of the city dwellers, making contact tracing accurate, real-time updates on emergency health facilities, or ensuring access to basic services during lockdown will be of some crucial public health management issues for cities in the days to come. And we have to accept that reality. So let's go to the next slide. Okay. The problem with these AI-based public health tools are, like, first we face a bias with those public health tools, like identifiable lives and optimism bias. Most of the pandemic containment measures were focused on saving lives who are imminently threatened, rather than finding like who are vulnerable in the next phase. So most of these efforts were concentrated on immediate treatment. Present bias was because many people would still place greater value on saving visibly affected individuals than saving more lives tomorrow in the upcoming days. Omission bias, like that was biggest controversy all around the world, how to allocate emergency medical equipments on a primary basis if they are scarce. Because when you need 10 ventilators, but you have 3 ventilators only, then how you can actually distribute that? So you have to omit 7 others. You can serve only 3. And bias with behaviorally informed policymaking and communications. That is another policy blunder made by the governments. They considered the COVID-19 as similar to fighting a war, like fighting a World War II, rather than considering it as a public health emergency. So in the beginning, they took like containment measures, like rigorous measures, like shutting down everyone, like war situation. It's not like that. You have to understand the public health measures, like what is actually needed. You needed more response, more isolations than shutting down everything. Like in Bangladesh, what happened? Markets, shopping malls were maybe initially was open, but people were confined inside the home. So nobody knew like what to do that time, and it was a war situation. But it was actually public health emergency, which the policymakers did not understand. So also efficiency of these AI-based automatic tracing apps, it is still in questions because you need large-scale data. Also, people needs to adopt these technologies. If people doesn't adopt these technologies cannot be used to contain pandemic. So the extent of the successful of real-world application of this pandemic is questionable. And in a post-COVID new reality, we face 3 issues, 3 ethical issues with these AI-based technologies. Whether we can trust them, are they made accountable? Whom should be made accountable if AI-based solutions doesn't work? And because of its pervasive nature, surveillance technologies, our privacy is being breached. So what to do? I will wrap up within 1 minute. Okay, so how we can ensure the what I can say, trust or accountability or reliability of these AI technologies. The WHO guidelines on ethics and governance of artificial intelligence, published in 2021 in April or May, it says that in its preamble, for AI to have a beneficial impact on public health and medicine, ethical considerations on human rights must be placed at the center of the design, development of AI technologies for health. So rights-based approach should be the center of any AI-based approach or any AI-based technologies. And also these guidelines, guidance gives 6 principles to be followed. 1, to protect human autonomy, so that someone can be made responsible and human can bring changes to these AI-based solutions if needed. Promote human well-being, human safety, and public interest. That is the heart and core essence of such AI-based solutions. Ensure transparency and explainability and intelligibility. Foster responsibility and accountability. Ensure inclusiveness and equity. Many of these AI-based solutions have been introduced by the governments, but without having any public discussion. That is really needed. What people want, what could be beneficial for people. People should also have something to say. And governments should ask the people. Promote AI is that is responsive and sustainable. So these are the responsibilities should lie on government as well and to the private sector as well, and to anyone. So that was all from my side. Maybe we can talk more, or you can suggest more solutions, how we can ensure better trustworthiness of these AI issues, or maybe trust, accountability, and privacy. How can we enhance those? Let us talk. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Thank you for your presentation, Dr. Taggart. Okay, I'm sorry for not giving you enough time for the presentation. This is an online presentation is quite limited to time and space. So presenters, please keep in mind that our presentation is 10 minutes. So we can further our discussion in the Q&A session later today. Okay. And we'll continue our presentations. Our next presenters are Joanna Ariola and Michaela Ortega. And they are communication strategists and manager of Raoul Management Consultancy in the Philippines. And they will provide us sophisticated approaches to human rights in this state of emergency in introducing an Ict diagnosed and prototype institutionalized model. And based upon their rich experience in 3 Philippine cities. Okay, so in dealing with concrete cases in the fields of society, economy, and politics, and they will also provide insightful suggestions for both social activists and local governments. Now, welcome Ms. Ariola and Ortega.
Thank you. Good day. I'm Michaela Ortega, the Communication Manager of WHRCF, and I'll be presenting our study, COVID-19 and Human Rights, a study of 3 cities. All right. So here are the results. Here are the results of the qualitative study we conducted from May to September 2020. We wanted to examine the mindset of target audiences and generate insights for effective human rights communication. Let me first introduce ourselves very quickly. We are WHRCF, a strategy firm specializing in communication for social change. This research was supported by the Asia Foundation to foster discussions on key human rights issues. We also worked with 2 key partners, Thinkscape Research, a full-service market research agency, and Sin & Strat, a digital communications and marketing firm. All right. Our process was a hybrid process of design thinking, behavior-centered design, and theory of change. It's non-linear and recursive so that we could maximize emerging opportunities and continuously fine-tune our materials all throughout implementation. We used multiple methodologies, 36 focus group discussions and 48 in-depth interviews with the general public, 18 in-depth interviews with duty bearers, which included city officials, the police, continuous social listening for current and rights-related issues, which included 38 rights-based social media prototypes, 27 hot issue prototypes on Facebook. We content analyzed the data we gathered and triangulated the results from different methodologies to come up with insights. We also focused primarily on 3 cities, namely Quezon City, Pasig City, and Cebu City, all of which had reported increased incidence of COVID-19 in 2020, had ample news coverage, all highly urbanized with population that is active on social media. These 3 cities also had varying approaches to the pandemic. The audience is the most critical component of a successful campaign. So here we try to paint a nuanced picture of the audience that is almost always targeted by advocacy campaigns, that is, the movable middle. As we do so, we will identify lessons for human rights campaigns. So who are the movable middle? We situate the movable middle in a spectrum of receptiveness to human rights messages and positive social change more generally. They are those whose mindsets and attitudes can be pulled in either direction. They are open to information and ideas, but as yet do not or infrequently display rights-affirming behavior. The movable middle holds enduring values, we found. A belief in God that God is the source of all things and that everything in life happens according to his will. Religious teachings serve as a guide in discerning right from wrong. They also believe that it is important to have compassion or the ability to feel for others by putting yourself in the shoes of someone else. And finally, the movable middle value community, helping others and working with them for the common good. Now, what did we learn about the movable middle in a crisis? Fear and anxiety causes them to withdraw into their homes and family for sanctuary. They turn mainly to social media and trusted chat groups for information and connection, and they overwhelmingly prefer Facebook and messaging apps like Messenger and Viber. They are highly sensitive to stimuli and distrustful of information and links from unknown sources. So for advocates, we need to tap new media to provide sources of information and safe spaces for discussion. We also need to provide useful and interesting content to build trust. The movable middle take note of current news and read top comments on Facebook of news articles. Our audience is optimistic. They look for positive aspects of their situation and view stressful conditions as temporary. They try to inspire hope in others. If able, they help friends in need. For communicators, we need to maximize the messaging opportunity provided by the comment section and tap into and sustain hope by helping our audience envision a future they are working towards. Crisis fatigue sets in when anxiety-ridden situation is prolonged and the end remains unclear. Their patience wears thin, they start focusing on negative effects and uncertainty of their future. If they see no improvement in the situation, or if it is perceived as getting even worse, they withdraw further from external stimuli in order to avoid further stress. Negative effects and uncertainty of their future become more salient. They focus exclusively on personal concerns and immediate environment. They refrain from sharing and commenting on social media about current and political affairs because it causes anxiety. They create safe spaces to privately discuss political subjects with their families and close friends. They perceive protest actions as unconstructive distractions and activists as complainers. For human rights campaigners, we must frame messages in a positive way to become more appealing, and we need to build relationships with high potential online and offline communities to target audiences to increase trust and reach future campaigns. Now, what are their attitudes towards human rights? Our target audience is aware and supportive of the spirit of human rights, but do not label them necessarily as rights or in Tagalog, karapatan. They hold values and aspirations that are consistent with the essence and aims of human rights: dignity, equality, protection, and freedom from fear. Therefore, we must frame human rights in terms of existing values and hopes and ground them on the lived experience of our target audience. Among human rights, the highest currency is given by our target audience to the right to non-discrimination, which figures in a wide range of issues that are currently relevant to them. Currency is also given to the right to information. They seek out information by following Facebook pages and Viber groups of media outlets, relevant government agencies such as the Department of Health, and their local governments. Communicators must make the principles of fairness and community basic building blocks of social campaign messaging, deliver clear, concise, and consistent information in social media and small face-to-face arenas. Except for the right to equal treatment and non-discrimination, generally speaking, rights protection is primarily seen as personal responsibility of citizens. On the other hand, rights claiming is seen as a social act. Individual rights claiming is seen as selfish, inconsiderate behavior, justified only as a last recourse. Any duty to protect citizens' rights is seen as falling squarely on the shoulders of local governments. The takeaway: our human rights campaigns must be concrete, citing actual people and relatable situations. Campaigns must be local, situating issues relevant in their everyday environment, and collective, tapping into empathy and a sense of belonging. As you've probably already gathered, the movable middle subsumes individual rights under wider social goals. They are willing to derogate freedom of movement and expression during a crisis. They will approve of punishment of violators of regulations. They see sacrifice as a necessary contribution to society, benefiting themselves and others in the process. We see here the culture underpins knowledge, attitudes, and behaviors. Collectivism must be considered as a context and tapped into as a mindset when campaigning for human rights and in order to foster solidarity and inclusion. Communication efforts can highlight the universality of rights and shared beliefs. They can show empathy and cooperation. We also ask them what comes to mind when they hear the words human rights and karapatan. And for them, they associate it with justice for victims of extreme crime and harsh punishment for those who are violating them. They think human rights are abstract, not inherent, but rather given by the government, and relevant to others, but not themselves. They think they are too small and uninformed to get involved in rights discourse themselves. To increase appreciation for human rights, communicators need to expand the definition of justice to encompass everyday values such as dignity, fairness, inclusion, and caring. And we need to counter the belief that rights are for governments to give or withhold. We need to emphasize that they are inseparable from us as humans. Okay, so we're now going to discuss the dominant narrative. The dominant narrative derogates human rights in favor of peace and order. The narrative elicits complete trust in the president and his government, saying that those who abide by the law have nothing to fear, and those who oppose the government policies must belong to rebel groups. It characterizes human rights advocates as noisy and selfish individuals who put others at risk by staging protest rallies. Even in values-based framing of statements, like instead of complaining, let's just help each other, we see that the blame is placed squarely on critics and unruly citizens who must be dealt with decisively. This narrative has been circulating since before the pandemic, but has been magnified because of it. It's a populist authoritarian narrative, which effectively taps into the collectivist mindset of our target audiences. As campaigners, we need to seriously and consistently get involved in narrative building. Okay, just the two last slides. So for this one, we saw that local governments are really seen as very important. We found that local governments who handled the crisis well also helped their constituencies evaluate national government and are more vocal about their ideas for the nation's future. This was not true for those who are seen as ineffective or are not completely effective about their response to the pandemic. So for us, it is important that advocates offer alternative interpretation to reality through local situations. Okay, the last one is an audience journey, which we can discuss during the discussion, but eventually, how can we move the middle there? Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you for your presentation, Michaela Ortega. Now we have the very last presentation for session 3. And Ali Reza Azadfar is a graduate student and researcher at Sistan and Bluchestan University, Iran. And he will give a presentation on the effect of language in news reports and official statements from government agencies. And he will give a presentation under the title of The Study of Cognitive Function in News Text and Statements of Health Ministry of Iran about Coronavirus. And we have experienced how powerful language is to persuade people and the public, especially in times of crisis such as war and the pandemic. Okay. Azadfar will discuss that issue in the time of the COVID pandemic. Now, over to you, Alireza.
Thank you. Afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to welcome everyone to my presentation. I'm Alireza Azadfar, the student and researcher of Sistan and Baluchistan University in Iran. I'm delighted to be here today to talk about persuasive strategies and news takes on the official websites of Iran. I'd like to give you a brief breakdown of the study of cognitive function news takes and a statement of Health Ministry of Iran about coronavirus or pandemic. Our objective is to analyze the frequency, the types of persuasive strategy and news takes in official websites of Iran. But first of all, I wanted to introduction of our paper and what is it about. In late 2019, an acute respiratory disease called COVID-19, which is a type of coronavirus, was found in Wuhan of China. The disease quickly spread to the other cities and other countries of the world. the World Health Organization declared a situation of emergency due to the rapid spread of pandemic. Because of the spread of coronavirus all over the world, the importance of news in informing the public, we use the Jacobson theory to describe and analyze news texts and the Iranian Ministry of Health statement related to the coronavirus or pandemic. Researchers say that the best and most effective way to prevent the spread of COVID-19 is to cut down its transmission chain. In this regard, countries around the world have come up with the guidelines to cut the coronavirus transmission chain, which include travel restrictions, personal hygiene education, and encouraging people to stay at home and maintain good personal hygiene. As mortality rate rises and crises are created, the media plays an important role in informing the public to help improve the situation. One of the ways to improve the people to post news and a statement about this disease in the news and the official website in the Ministry of Health. In fact, through news and a statement, they intend to describe current situation of society, encourage the people to stay at home, and follow personal hygiene, as well as clarify the danger that threatens the lives of people. Iran, like other countries, sought to persuade members of the public to prevent the transmission of pandemic. Also, in our paper, to analyze the data, as I mentioned before, we use Jacobson theory. Jacobson, the linguist and the founder of the Prague School, describes 6 rules for the language, which including the emotional rule, the empathy rule, the referential rule, translingual rule, and the persuasive rule. In persuasive rule, the focus is on audience. As the speaker tries to influence the audience with the different tools, according to the Jacobson, the task of language is to communicate and convey a message. And to achieve this, the precise and comprehensive knowledge is to communicate and convey the precise and comprehensive knowledge of the constituent element of each message is needed. He believes that language rules are not easily recognizable, and in some cases, the overlap between them should be considered. In this regard, Badri has classified the role of persuasive into 3 types, which include persuasive descriptive, persuasive motivational rule, and persuasive threatening rule. In persuasive descriptive rule, the centers use the description of its condition and characteristic audience. And in persuasive motivational rule, in the role of persuasion, the sender of the message tries to encourage the recipient of the message, and they want to motivate and encourage people to do something. In this way, they wanted to persuade others. And in the persuasive threatening rule, the center uses the persuasive threatening rule of language that threatens to persuade the audience to do something. The data has been collected and analyzed in 3 phases. In the first phase, we collected 15 news from the website of Iranian Ministry of Health and the official news of Iran in March 2020, the initial period of the corona outbreak. Then, based on Jacobson theory and cognitive function, classification of news and a statement were specified in 3 functions that I told you before: persuasive descriptive, persuasive threatening, and persuasive motivational. In the second phase, other 15 news related to the first peak point of year in April 2020. And in the third phase, another 15 news related to the second peak of point of a pandemic were collected and analyzed of June 2020. The first phase in March 2020, the second phase in April 2020, and the third phase in June 2020. As we can see, these 2 peaks of Iran in a chart of WHO, I mean World Health Organization. This one is March and April, and this one is June. We have 2 peaks here of the patients. In the first phase, relying on statistical studies, the results indicate that the persuasive descriptive strategy with the 44 has the highest frequency compared to the other functions. Then persuasive threatening and persuasive motivational have 32 and 24 frequency respectively, as we can see in the chart on the PPT. It shows that in the early days of corona disease outbreak, the government has emphasized the introduction and description of the disease. Therefore, it seems that in the early days of disease, news takes a statement by describing the disease and the situation in a country to try to make people more familiar with the disease and its symptoms and people to follow social distance. In second phase, the persuasive threatening strategy involving, this is the second phase. As we can see here, the second one is persuasive threatening involving 40%, persuasive descriptive involving 32%, and the last one, persuasive motivational, involving 28% in the news. And in the last one, the third chart that we can see, it was in June 2020. And we can see that it was persuasive threatening up to 60%, and persuasive descriptive 26%, and persuasive motivational 40%. So it shows that, and it indicates that they changed their strategy in the websites. At the end, we can see the persuasive threatening has 60% of news. The result indicates that the government, by using the language strategy, is trying to make more people aware of serious and danger of COVID-19. In the second and third phases, by examining the motivational role at the 2 peaks period of disease, it was found that persuasive threatening role has a higher frequency than other language motivational roles. COVID-19 is at its peak. News is using persuasive threatening strategy. It has tried to persuade people in the community to follow social distance and personal hygiene. However, at the second phase, the extent to which the persuasive threatening strategy was applied was not sufficient to persuade people to follow health practices fully. Thus, with the beginning of the opening, a new culmination was formed. According to the final statistics obtained in the research, at the third phase, the persuasive threatening strategy with a frequency of 16 had the highest frequency, which is expected to reduce the number of patients with the disease. Therefore, the results suggest that there seems to be direct relationship between use of persuasive threatening role of language and distance and disease reduction. At the end, it seems that one of the important factors in the downward and upward trend of COVID-19 is a language approach of Ministry of Health in using suitable strategy appropriate to the prevailing condition in the country. However, with the increase in opening and the disease from the initial fear of the disease, insufficient use of threatening approaches, news and statement lead to a decrease in the public attention to disease and an increase in the number of patients in Iran. Also, it seems that if the Ministry of Health of Iran adopt more precise language strategy, news and statement, by using the persuasive threatening approach, it will increase people's attention to risk getting infected by coronavirus and reduce the probability of coronavirus spreading in Iran. I sincerely appreciate your attention. Thank you all. If you have any question, please don't hesitate.
All right.
Sorry because of my stress.
Oh, yes. Oh, thank you. Thank you for all your thoughtful and challenging presentations. And now we have an approximately 15 to 18 minutes to discuss the issues that our presenters have brought on the table. And our discussion is open to the audience too. So if you have any question or comments on a specific presentation or in general, feel free to leave us a message. Okay, then I can see our audience just left a message, question. Okay, as you can see here, the Q&A board, you will find the question. I think the first question is more relevant to our first presenter, Dr. Telukder. Okay, let me read the question. Okay, as you mentioned in your presentation, AI is widely used in our daily life for public health, especially in the era of pandemic. And what draws my interest is that you mentioned in the full paper, okay, I think the audience has read the full paper you presented. The public health ethics should prevail over clinical ethics for the long run, okay? As you cited, Harper's 2020 research. And because I'm not from the field of medicine, would you elaborate on the difference between the public health ethics and clinical ethics? Would you please elaborate on the difference between them?
Okay. So, first of all, still this is contested narratives. Okay. From the clinical health ethics, it's purely like based on medical research and also based on the terminologies or scientific methods of doing medical treatments and etc. And also from epidemiological aspects, like how we can contain the pandemic from the medical treatment perspective. There is one.
Mm-hmm.
But when we talk about the public health, it's not only medical treatment, it is a policy. You have to control either you have to control or facilitate or manage people. So it's not only medical treatment, it is also other kind of management. It could be economic management, it could be administrative management, it could be law and order situation maintenance. So the other aspects should combine here as well. So I should, as an administrator, how I should the pandemic and how I try to tackle it, only through the medical treatment means or from a holistic approach. Maybe we can interpret it in such a way. From holistic approach, we have to consider it. For example, yes, I understand that medical treatment or medical terminologies require me to shut down everything maybe, or not to keep in touch with anyone if someone is transmitted and if there is any community transmissions. But from economic perspective, I also have to think about the very poor people. For example, in the poor and developed countries, and when where there is like highly densely populated region, the actual and absolute isolation is not possible. So you have to trade off. Like you have to trade off between choice among the evils. Which one is less evil and which one is greater evil? So that perspective is completely different from the health treatment or medical treatment. That could be best answer to your question.
All right. Oh yeah. Thank you for clarification. So from a holistic approach, you pursue more public health ethics. It's more related to management and government policy instead of just the medical treatment for individual, right?
Yes, medical treatment is always important, and that should be one of the major concerns. But we have other concerns as well.
Exactly. Yeah. All right. Thank you for your clarification. Thank you. Okay. On the Q&A board, I see another question. So the Philippines. Oh, so it's for this, the second presenters, Michaela Ortega. Okay, let me read the question. I was really fascinated with your research when I read your full paper, and he or she read already a full paper, and especially with your comprehensive interdisciplinary scope of analysis. And as you said, the Philippines has caught in a tug of war between the national government authoritarian approach to the crisis and local government and private citizens push for the involvement and participation. I see. So the question is probably, I see another, the question continues. I got an impression that you seem to presuppose that local government and private citizens sometimes stand against the national government during the pandemic. And it is understandable that citizens struggle against the state control over the autonomy. Then, would you explain more about the conflict between local government versus national government? It is understandable whether the citizens can stand against the central government, but where comes from the conflict between local government and the central government? I think that's the question.
Giovanna, she'll answer that.
I'll answer that. Yeah.
Okay.
The tension is really between the fact that during the period of our studying on and under a pandemic, the national government's policies were very, their solutions were very restrictive. Like, for example, arrests for people who are seen violating quarantine, who are outside on the streets, right? On the other hand, there are local governments who are trying out other ways to involve the community or make it a community response to the pandemic. So even in that, there is already a conflict. But also, national government has delegated support or assistance to its citizens, to local government. So that includes food and cash relief and monitoring and all that. When that local government then tries out more innovative methods to manage the pandemic in their scope, in their area, there arose actually tension in that the national government has the option to deny you the resources that you need to carry out that new methodology. And so there is that tension again. So, and it has to be resolved because ultimately it's the citizens who suffer. And this is why really citizens have limited their involvement to the community and local government level. And this is also why they see national government as something quite separate from them, except that they have to be subject to the harsh regulations under the pandemic. I hope that answers the question.
Oh, yeah, sure. So for a better or healthier governance, I think the tension between the central or national government and local government should be maintained, right? Because the central government can control consciously or unconsciously can take control of every single citizen, but local government can at the same time criticize and at the same time support the central government too, right? So from that tension between the central and local government, citizens can develop more healthier ideas, right? Yeah. Thank you, Ariola, Joanna. Oh, okay. Oh, I see. I have another question from from the audience? I think it's related to our last presenter, Ali Reza. Okay, let me read the question. Thank you for your presentation on the persuasive functions of language and news reports and government statements. As you traced the three phases, you concluded that news reports and official statement from the government can have a decisive impact on shaping the consciousness of the citizens. Yes. So in order to prevent the pandemic, the state government should properly use the persuasion threatening strategy, or I would say persuasion warning strategy. Yes. Then we can ask how much or how strongly the persuasion threatening strategy should be enacted. Okay. Because many citizens in the world have painfully recognized the danger of the state manipulation or public opinion, especially in times of crisis. Right? So fake news or government propaganda seriously violate a citizen's rights. So do you have any idea on how we can maintain a subtle balance? Yes, balance between the citizen's right and state authority.
It's a good question, but first I have to talk about persuasive threatening, or as my friend said, that persuasive warning. I believe that, in my opinion, the authority and the country have to use the persuasive strategies in the right times. For example, when you use persuasive threatening first, it doesn't work. And it doesn't work because we have many patients, but you have to work to use it in the right time, and you have to use it in the right time in the websites and news on the TV. Because, for example, when you use this, in my mind, it's better. First of the initial of the outbreak of coronavirus, it's better to use the persuasive descriptive, but for a short time, to inform the people what is the coronavirus, what is the COVID-19, what is the pandemic. And then you can say that, and then you can use persuasive threatening and make people to pretend themselves from this pandemic. And after that, you can use persuasive encouraging or persuasive motivational, because the people follow the personal hygiene, follow the travel restrictions and other things. But when you use the wrong persuasive strategy, it doesn't work. And we can see that, as we can see in Iran, the patients every day were increasing, and it's so bad. And about another question, the second one, between fake question and state authority and propaganda and something like this, I don't have any idea how we can balance between them. For example, by just knowing the politics of our country. For example, they wanted to show off, or they wanted to pretend and to prevent the people. They wanted to use, for example, they wanted to use the fake news to say to the world that I'm too strong or not. They wanted to prevent the people of the pandemic, and then they show up. I don't have any idea about the balance of this, but just I say that we should have know about the politics of our countries and what is their strategy.
All right. Yet I think that's quite a tricky question, because for more a democratic and safe society, what comes first? Yes. So human rights and public health are not antithetical to each other. So how to make a balance between the two? That could be decided at this level of emergency, right? So I want to give suggest a lot of strategies and policies as a social activists and researchers to the governments. Okay, right. All right. Thank you. Thank you for all your presentations and for all your thoughtful and challenging presentation. And now we have our session is almost done. Okay. Just a second. Okay. I appreciate all your presentations, and I believe our discussion can expand our horizon of expectations on human rights in the time of pandemic. I'm sorry for the 10 minutes presentation and 20 minutes, less than 20 minutes, 15 minutes discussion were too short to share our presenters' subtle and lifelong dedication to human rights issues in Bangladesh and the Philippines and Iran. Okay, and I hope we can pursue a global solidarity to cope with the current state of emergency beyond politics of bordering and politics of discrimination. Okay, thank you. Thank you for joining us in session 3. The human rights paper set presentation will continue in session 4. Okay, please stay online. Okay, thank you. Thank you for all of you. Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everybody, depending from where you are and from where you are joined this fourth session of human rights papers at the 11th World Human Rights City Forum. Today we will discuss the papers in connection with the human rights city responses to the COVID-19 pandemic, localization of human rights-based solutions for the development of inclusive societies. My name is Dr. Alejandro Fuentes. I'm a senior researcher at the Raoul Wallenberg Institute in Lund, Sweden, and a lecturer at the Lund University in our International Human Rights Law program. Today, I'm joining you from the city of Harare in Zimbabwe, where we are conducting workshops on human rights and sustainable development. Today, we count in this session with the presentation of 3 different papers. The first presentation will be Lydia Pasiski from the presenting a paper on human rights city reports as a collaborative means to identify and mitigate the challenge of the COVID-19 pandemic at the local level. The second paper will be presented by Emma Lenhammer on educational responses to COVID-19 and the case of School of Segregation in Sweden. Last but not least, we come with the paper of Tatenda Kupotsovo and Lynette Riri on local, regional, and national authorities versus civil society organizations. Analysis on how the lack of collaboration between government and civil society organizations will effectively preserve any progress made toward the realization of SDGs. Each presenter will have 10 minutes to make the presentation. If you want to use 1 minute to additionally present yourself, please do so. So we will start right away with the presentation of Lydia. If you would like, Lydia, you can share your screen if you have a PowerPoint presentation. And for those that are following us during this presentation, you can start asking your questions using the Q&A link at the bottom of your screen. And I will come back to those questions and pass to the presenters after their presentation. Lydia, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I hope everybody can see my screen right now, and I hope everybody can hear me. Perfect. Thank you. So my name is Livia Perschi. I work at the ETC in Graz. And with this presentation, I'd actually like to make the case for the Human Rights City report as a collaborative means to identify and mitigate the challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic at the local level. I'd like to start by giving you some context. In fact, Graz became Europe's first human rights city in 2002 with the Human Rights Declaration of the city. And one of its key institutions was established in 2007, and that's the Human Rights Council. It is an advisory body to the mayor and the city government on human rights related issues and currently comprises 25 members from various human rights related working areas at the local level. And aside from this advising function, the Human Rights Council also undertakes a vital task, and that's the regular monitoring of the human rights situation in Graz. So how is this monitoring undertaken? The Human Rights Council publishes an annual human rights report, which is coordinated, in fact, by its executive office as a scientific institution, and that's the ETC where I work. Basically, the reports monitor the human rights situation by compiling a vast amount of input from various local actors, as well as by providing recommendations for the improvement to the city government and administration. So in general, we do have two types of human rights reports. They are published alternately and on an annual basis. And the first is the State of the Art report. It draws a picture of the current human rights situation in the city by applying a participatory and human rights-based approach. So in practice, this translates to the following. We do have a standardized questionnaire structured along in total 24 articles of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And this questionnaire is sent to around 200 local institutions, and they are kindly invited to report back and provide input from their perspective on human rights related issues and the challenges that they face in their local work. One key characteristic of the report is also the focus chapter. It emphasizes a core topic that is particularly relevant at a given moment and is written by the editors. Based, in fact, on this questionnaire and on the focus chapter, the Human Rights Council elaborates a set of recommendations on the identified issues, and the recommendations are directly addressed at the city government and the city administration. The second type of report is the follow-up report, which key aim is to evaluate the implementation of these recommendations, and thereby it's also named the evaluations report. I'm sorry. And the recommendations, in fact, are not binding. However, they do carry a lot of weight, which is also shown by the implementation of several of these recommendations in the past years by the city government. So the methodology and alternating system of these types of reports is by now a well-established practice and works well. However, COVID-19 did, in fact, have an impact on the methodology of compiling the annual human rights report. Well, how? First of all, in 2020, a state-of-the-art report was due. So usually the reporting period for this type of report is focused on the previous year, which would have meant only 2019. However, for obvious reasons, the Human Rights Council wanted to incorporate the extraordinary health crisis situation to get a first impression of what the COVID-related challenges in Graz were. So therefore, the Council decided to extend the reporting period by adding another question to the questionnaire, asking the local actors to report on the challenges they faced within the time period of March 2020 until the end of August 2020. The second reason, the Human Rights Council, in fact, refrained from elaborating recommendations due to the unpredictability of the acute crisis situation. And third, the Council made a major change. It decided that the Human Rights Report in 2021 would focus entirely on the elaboration of recommendations, and thereby it also became the first ever recommendations report. For this type of report, we developed actually a new methodology, and this methodology links human rights with the broader idea of enhancing the city's urban resilience. What is urban resilience? You can find the OECD definition on the slide, but I would really like to point out three vital elements of this definition. First of all, urban resilience is viewed as a capacity, meaning that it's something that a city can acquire or increase by completing certain actions. Second, urban resilience is always measured against a long-term stress or a sudden shock, a disruptive negative event, for example, a disease outbreak, and it harms the proper functioning of an urban system, and the city is an urban system. Third, there are four key areas, or here they're named the economic, social, institutional, and environmental dimension. And shocks and stresses can affect cities, in fact, in these four key dimensions. They are also the areas where policies need to be taken after the shock or the stress occurred. So why does this concept and framework work particularly well for the human rights reports? Well, first of all, COVID-19, the pandemic, was clearly a shock. Second, in the Human Rights Report 2020 actually identified several negative trends or stresses which were harming the city's resilience already in 2019, but they became visible and even intensified due to COVID-19 in 2020. So one overall finding of the 2020 report was that Graz was actually not as resilient as expected, which led in fact to the remaining question, how can Graz become more resilient? And third, the objective of the Human Rights Report 2021 is to answer this question by means of a set of recommendations addressed at the local governance level. So the concept of urban resilience makes it possible to link these recommendations with the concept's 4 dimensions, which consequently also provides an interrelated strategy for the improvement of the city's resilience. So how did we actually manage to link human rights and urban resilience? The analysis of the 2020 report showed that the right to adequate housing, in fact, was particularly affected by these negative stresses that were detected in 2019 and became visible and intensified due to the pandemic. So, in fact, all of these identified stresses touched upon the 7 vital aspects of the right to adequate housing. These aspects you can find on the slide. And these aspects need to be fulfilled in order to guarantee the implementation of the right to adequate housing for all citizens equally. So to show you now what I mean, I'll give you some examples. One of the stress that we identified is, for example, the constant increase in rents. This constant increase in rents directly touches upon the aspect of affordability. And if we go now one step further, we can also link it to an urban resilience dimension, which would be the economic dimension. The second stress that we identified is the intensification of buildings in already densely populated areas, which also leads to more noise pollution. This directly touches upon the aspect of habitability of adequate housing space. And once again, going a step further, it is directly linked to the ecological dimension of urban resilience. A third example, we identified that several vulnerable groups, like, for example, homeless people, people suffering from psychiatric disorders, or migrants, refugees, etc., do face discrimination when trying to access adequate housing space in Graz. And this stress was further intensified by weak legal provisions. So here, the aspect of accessibility to adequate housing space is touched upon, and going one step further, the social and institutional dimension of urban resilience. Basically, all of these identified stresses lead to the deterioration of the housing sector in Graz in the last years. But it also indicated that the right to adequate housing is in fact not implemented for all citizens in Graz. In a time where staying at home saves actually lives, the Human Rights Council decided to put the focus on the right to adequate housing for the 2021 report. The aim of the report was still the elaboration of concrete recommendations from a human rights perspective on how to mitigate these identified stresses at local governance level. So what did we do? As already explained, we linked each identified stress to the relevant aspect of the right to adequate housing, as well as to one of 4 dimensions of urban resilience. And based on this structure, it was actually possible to elaborate concrete recommendations in all of the 4 dimensions of urban resilience. Thereby, we could provide an interrelated strategy on how to enhance the city's urban resilience by, in fact, applying a human rights-based approach that could be directly addressed at the city government level. And why is this important? Well, a city, as I've told you, is viewed as an urban system. In systemic thinking, a negative impact on one element of a system does in fact have a negative impact on the system as a whole. So if there are human rights that are not equally implemented for all citizens and there are marginalized groups, then in fact this leads to the decrease of the city's resilience as a whole, since all citizens are vital elements of the city, which is an urban system. So therefore, human rights and urban resilience actually complement each other and need to be considered together, since one will never reach its full potential without the other. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Livia, and thank you very much for sharing the insights of the city of Graz in dealing with the COVID-19 pandemic. I already have some questions in mind for you in order to understand better the process and the elements that lead toward the conclusion that the city of Graz was not resilient and expected. But we will leave that to the question and answer section that will come at the end of the 3 presentations. So thank you very much, and stay with us for the question and answers. But now we will pass. You're welcome. We will pass to the second presentation, in this case by Emma Lenham, that will make a presentation on educational responses to COVID-19 and the case of school segregation in Sweden. Emma, you will have 10 minutes for your presentation. The floor is yours.
I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
And see my presentation. Let's see here. Thank you so much. This paper, this talk is based on, maybe I will do like this. It's called Educational Responses to COVID-19 and the Case of School Segregation in Sweden. I will start by giving a very short introduction to the topic and the Swedish educational system, and building upon that, I will then move on to the decision to let the schools remain open for in-person attendance and the implications this has had in relation to school segregation. So the COVID-19 pandemic has led to a series of questions concerning both education and states' responses. The right to education is established in several human rights treaties, among others the Convention on the Rights of the Child, that states that all states shall recognize the right of the child to education on the basis of equal opportunity. And the right to education, as well as inclusion, constitutes also 2 of their Sustainable Development Goals, namely Goals 4 and 16. So drawing from this, it is relevant to review the educational responses to the pandemic and what approaches have been more or less successful. And I have mainly looked at Sweden's responses in light of the educational sector's challenges in terms of equality and equity. During the spring of 2020, most primary schools in Europe decided to close due to the outbreak of the pandemic. Sweden, on the contrary, decided to let the in-person attendance continue, even if preparations were made to be ready to close in case of an outbreak of COVID. Among the motivations for this decision was children's right to education and the need for a safe learning environment. And while this decision was made in the best interest of the child, there were still negative consequences noticed due to the pandemic. And that is also why it's crucial to review the decision, the outcome, and potential other approaches to education in pandemic times. Historically, Sweden is very well known for its what used to be a very centralized educational system, which focused on equity and social inclusion. In the 1990s, however, after several educational reforms, the system changed and became very decentralized. And this led to, among other things, that families and parents played a more central role in their child's education. For example, they could make a decision on what school the child should attend. And while this was seen or is seen as a democratic right, some studies also show that this has led to an increase in school segregation and a decrease in equity. And the segregation mainly noticed relates to families' socioeconomic migration and educational background. And families with more socioeconomic resources tend to engage more in the school choice, which may reinforce school segregation. It's also interesting to note that the Swedish term often used in place of equity is described in terms of schools' compensatory purpose. And the compensation mentioned concerns the different conditions individuals, or in this case, pupils live under, which impact their possibilities to live a dignified life or succeed in their education in this case. And in practice, this means that children with a greater need of support should be granted aid to be able to succeed. And while the Swedish educational system, like many other states, operates with the purpose of equality and equity, the educational sector is becoming less inclusive. And this is important to note, seeing that the purpose of schools is not only of educational sort, it also serves the purpose of promoting children's development in general, and also benefit other aspects of both individuals and societies. So unequal and non-inclusive education may fuel existing inequalities and lead to both short and long-term consequences, both locally and nationally. And the pandemic has shed light on already existing inequalities and made contemporary challenges more evident or apparent. And I think it's crucial to know that school segregation is not only an issue in pandemic times. However, vulnerable groups have become more vulnerable during the pandemic, which is essential to acknowledge. And as I previously said, during the initial phase of the pandemic, a majority of European states closed their primary schools and they transitioned to some form of distance education. Sweden decided not to do so. Instead, they kept their primary schools open. And the most central argument was children's right to education. And the Swedish government also stated that schools act as an essential meeting place for young individuals, especially those living under more vulnerable conditions, because not all children experience the home as a secure environment, and that makes distance education from home a challenge. The government also expressed concern regarding a potential decrease in educational quality, and it was stated that closing schools could lead to detrimental consequences. And speaking of the compensatory purpose of education, it is also crucial to note that the government particularly recognized the specific challenges and difficulties a potential closure of schools could entail, especially then for children living under more challenging conditions. And this relates both to the home situation, the need for educational support, and other individual circumstances that affects children's education and well-being in general. Special education is worth emphasizing in the case of Sweden because the scope is broader in a Swedish context compared to many other states, because the special education or special support granted is not dependent on a medical or psychological diagnosis. Instead, it's a kind of assessment on the overall needs of children. And the school sector in Sweden is experiencing several challenges, not only then in regards to social inclusion and fulfilling the compensatory purpose of the educational sector, but also relating to the specific challenges that COVID-19 has led to. And even if Sweden decided to try to decrease the potential negative effects of the pandemic, there were still negative consequences noted. And mainly two things are worth emphasizing in relation to school segregation. The first one deals with the increased absence from school that was observed. Seeing that attendance is such a crucial part of education, that is like how the education is organized, this can affect the educational quality and the development of children. And the absence was also greater among children living under more socioeconomic challenging conditions. And thus it's very relevant to review then what measures have been taken and are still being taken to address this issue and challenge. The second aspect is that there were particular challenges regarding pupils in need of more extensive support. And the government recognized that closing the schools that were especially for children with needs of educational support to a greater extent would lead to other challenges. Maybe it's not possible to the same extent and so on. So those schools, they were not prepared to close to the same extent as other primary schools. And I think this also shows the acknowledgement of the compensatory purpose of education, that some schools were prioritized over others concerning which schools would continue in-person education. And reviewing the then consequences that were noted, it is evident that children were very vulnerable during the pandemic, despite the diligent work to address their situation and the right to education. And considering that the aim was to avoid these effects, it is possible that the situation could have been even worse if schools did close. However, it is also difficult to assess the outcome of the decision, seeing that we're still in a pandemic. And I think for the future, it is relevant to both then research the need to, let's say, address the special needs of children in pandemic times and what the response of Sweden actually entailed on both a local level and compared to other states. So thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Emma, and thank you very much for putting on the table this very relevant topic that has affected worldwide the attendance of children to school, and affected as well by the fact that parents were unable to leave their homes and go to their regular work destinations. Therefore, family life was absolutely increased, at home levels, and that of course has generated effects on the educational level of the children. I have some special questions. I've already shared some of you on the chat, but I will come back to that after in the Q&A session. But thank you very much. Stay with us for the last session. And now we will pass to the last but not least presentation, in this case by the co-authors, Tatenda Sabogbo and Lynette Fidi, on local, regional, and national authorities and civil society organizations, an analysis of how the lack of collaboration between government and civil society organizations will effectively reverse any progress made toward the realization of SDGs. So thank you very much, Tatenda and Lynette. You will have 10 minutes to make your presentation. If you have a PowerPoint, you can start sharing your screen, and then we will come back for question and answers. The floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. It's morning over here. I hope people are doing okay. Yes.
Try to expand the presentation in the full screen, if you can, with the button at the end to the right. Make it full so we can see better. That one.
This one.
Thank you.
Okay. Hello, everyone. This is Lynette and Tatenda. We're going to be presenting on, we're going to be giving an analysis of how the lack of collaboration between government and CSOs has affected the realization of sustainable development goals in Zimbabwe. Just a brief background. The relationship between government and CSOs has been filled with tension for the past couple of years, decades even. Government perceives the role of civil society as being divergent from the interest of the state. It is seen as the opposition or sympathizers of opposition political actors. So there's been a lot of attack on perceived opposition figures, civil society organization, and their donors. So the continued and systematic attacks on civil society have led to the inevitable shrinking of civic space in Zimbabwe. The operating space has become hostile, and relations are expected to continue to decline towards the 2023 presidential elections. So just to give a little bit of historical background on the tension that is there, it all began in the 1990s. There are three notable events that have happened that have continued to divide government and civil society. Firstly, we've got the food riots. These were from the 19th to the 23rd of January in 1998, and there were protests against price hikes by citizens in Harare, and the government responded with a violent crackdown on protesters all over the capital. There were a lot of noise. There was a lot of noise made about the human rights violations and the human rights issues that arose from the protests. And then, civil society even petitioned the president for a commission of inquiry, and this never happened. And in that instance, the government felt that civil society did not care for the interests of the country, and it was an agent of the West. Second, we've got the fast-track land reform program. So land in Zimbabwe has been a source of conflict since colonial times, and even more after independence. So between 2000 and 2005, Zimbabwe embarked on a fast-track land reform program and had mass acquisition of commercial land owned by white farmers. So the land reform program itself was marked by violence against white farmers, most of whom were assaulted, murdered. They were chased away from their farms. And then the civil society did speak out against it, and government felt that it was, captured by foreign nations or against the land redistribution, and civil society were traitors. Lastly, we've got the NGO bill. This is in 2004. It was a piece of legislation that was based on trying to clamp down on human rights NGOs within Zimbabwe. So there was a lot of talk, and there was a lot of uproar over that bill. It was never signed into law, but there's still the threat of that NGO bill still hanging over civil society in Zimbabwe. So this kind of contextualizes the current tension that is there between the government and CSO. So I'll hand over to Tatenda.
So, Lynette has given us the historical background, and presently, the tensions and mistrust between the Zimbabwean government and CSOs, it has continued and in fact developed even in the new dispensation. So the work of civil society is still viewed by the government as being driven by Western powers who have self-serving agendas and use the pretext of human rights and democracy to basically enter Zimbabwe and do what they wish. Government officials have publicly stated their mistrust and hostility against CSOs. On the 12th of December 2018, barely 4 months after the inauguration of our new president, the acting Labor and Social Welfare Minister, Kazembe, threatened to deregister and shut down CSOs that he said were dabbling in politics. On the 13th of August, the Home Affairs Minister again also threatened to deregister and close what he termed our spy organizations. And on the 22nd of October 2020, the president himself said that there were organizations that were working outside of their mandates and that they would have to work towards correcting this anomaly. So we have on the 2nd of March 2021, the National Assembly, they proposed the enactment of what is called the Patriotic Bill. And this bill aims to criminalize correspondence with foreign governments. There's a supposed concern about the negative portrayal of the country's image and reputation. And this is what has motivated the motion for this bill. The bill is yet to be gazetted. The main issue with this bill is that we feel that it will be used against CSOs, as CSOs are the main parties that will be communicating with foreign governments and donors, and this bill will be used against them to serve the government of the day. We also have the amendment of the Private Voluntary Organizations Act. This is the act that regulates the registration and regulation of CSOs in Zimbabwe. And with this amendment, they've said that it aims to bring about efficiency in the registration and regulation of CSOs. However, with the hostility and the tension that's currently present, we have noticed that they want to use this bill to basically deregister organizations that are speaking up against government and holding them accountable. So in another effort to control CSOs, we've seen the Provincial Development Coordinator of the Harare Metropolitan Province. He sent out a letter on social media on the 30th of June, stating that all CSOs had to submit all documents pertaining to workshops, trainings, and projects that they had, that they would have to submit these documents to his office in an effort for him to either approve their activities or to deregister them. He said failure to submit these documents would also lead to deregistration. So a group of heads of coalitions responded to his letter, highlighting that he was acting unconstitutionally as he had no lawful authority to do this. The matter was filed in an urgent chamber application in the High Court, and we got a ruling in our favor, basically saying that he had no legal authority under the current laws of Zimbabwe to control or police CSOs and their activities. And so we've outlined the situation with CSOs, and now we're going to talk about how it has affected the achievement of sustainable development goals. So the first one we're going to deal with is clean water and sanitation. Zimbabwe has had a problem with clean water and sanitation for the last 18 years. The lack of access has been an issue. And in 2008, due to the lack of clean potable water, Zimbabwe experienced a cholera outbreak, which killed 4,000 and sickened 100,000 more. United Nations and the other international organizations, they drilled boreholes, but because of lack of maintenance, these water sources have become contaminated. So with the inadequate water supplies, this means that average Zimbabweans have to queue for hours to get water. And during the COVID-19 pandemic, this meant breaching COVID-19 lockdown and social distancing regulations in order to access water, which was which is an essential tool in reducing and curbing the spread of COVID-19. Unfortunately, cases of harassment, verbal and sexual abuse have been rampant at these water collection points, which also hinders the goal, the progress towards achieving the goal of sustainable development goal number 5, which seeks to bring about gender equality. In 2021, cities like Bulawayo saw an outbreak of diarrhea, dysentery, and typhoid that was linked to water shortages. Residential-based CSOs as well have tried to lobby and petition for clean water and sanitation systems to prevent further diseases and outbreaks in communities. This is a unique opportunity which government and CSOs could have collaborated on and can continue to collaborate on, but because of the tension and the mistrust, this has been a lost opportunity.
Thank you, Tatenda. So looking at our health systems, especially in light of the COVID-19 pandemic, you'd see that prior to the pandemic itself, Zimbabwe's health system was really marked by a lot of it was really struggling before the pandemic with protests and things like that. So when the pandemic came, Zimbabwe was not equipped to handle the pandemic. And in a very unique show of collaboration, I think Zimbabwe, the government and the CSOs worked together to kind of ease the effects of the pandemic on health workers. You'd see organizations such as the Zimbabwean Association of Doctors for Human Rights donating PPE, the Zimbabwe Human Rights NGO Forum disseminating information and giving radio programs and informing the public with regards to the virus. So it really provided an opportunity for government, civil society, everyone to come together to try to help ease the effects of the pandemic. But in July 2020, journalist Raoul published an expose on corruption within the Ministry of Health over COVID-19 resources. He was subsequently charged with incitement to participate in public violence. So he was arrested, and this led to a long back and forth between CSOs, ordinary Zimbabweans, and the hashtag Zimbabwean Lives Matter trended on Twitter for weeks and drew international attention. And this somehow soured the relationships that are present between CSOs and the government in Zimbabwe. So lastly, we'll look at peace and justice and strong institutions within Zimbabwe. I think one of the issues
I'm afraid we are losing the connections from Lynette at Atenda. We will wait 1 minute, see if they can reconnect. Sometimes internet connections here in Zimbabwe, where I am as well. So I think we are participating exactly from the same city. Lynette, are you with us again?
Yes, we are.
Good.
Can
Please,
we just
continue.
wrap up?
Yes, please continue.
So one of the issues that has been prevalent in Zimbabwe has been the politicization of judicial process in Zimbabwe. So you'd see that with relation to Sustainable Development Goal number 16, where we're trying to establish strong institutions, you notice that government has been moving towards politicization of these supposedly independent institutions. These are the independent commissions established in terms of our constitution as well as the courts. So you'd see that just recently, the president extended through an act of parliament, they literally amended the constitution to extend the tenure of the Chief Justice, Luke Malaba. He was very instrumental in our current president's election win in 2018. So his term just got extended beyond 70 years. So we've got someone who's 71 years old being part of our Chief Justice. And there's been a lot of uproar. CSOs have taken the issue to court. Most notably, we've got a Musa Kika case that is there. We've shared, I think it's in our presentation and in our paper. So looking at the context that we've been operating in, it seems highly impossible for CSOs and government to collaborate. And there are exceptions. There are times when CSOs and government do come together, but a lot of them are missed opportunities that we could have used for the realization of our sustainable development goals. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lynette and Tatenda, for sharing with us the situation in Zimbabwe, the challenges, and we hope that we can try to discuss now together during the Q&A session the opportunities that you see in connection with the collaboration between the government at different levels and civil society organizations. So now the floor is open. We have around 20 minutes for questions and answers. So if you have any questions to our participants, please write it in the Q&A section for them. We have already 3 questions one for each of you. So I will start with the question to Lynette. Please mute yourself. Thank you. We will start with the question to Livia. Which were the elements that led to the conclusion that the city, in this case, the city of Graz, was not resilient as expected? Which were the expectations then that the city had before COVID-19 pandemic regarding urban resilience that were not fully fulfilled? Livia, would you like to address this question?
Yeah, thank you. Well, of course, there were many elements. The elements always are provided by the input we receive from the local institutions that kindly report back to us. So it's CSOs, etc., that talk about their challenges and the challenges that they faced. And what we found, the 3 things I already mentioned, I mean, the right to adequate housing, that was the biggest element, actually, because it was shown that even though that we do have residential segregation in several districts in Graz, actually, there are some districts where people can afford to live, especially those who are financially weaker than others. However, well, it's very densely populated, which was the second element. There are very, very densely populated areas. Soil sealing was another problem and element that was mentioned. Then we also had problems because Emma was talking about the right to education. In Austria, schools closed, so in Graz, schools closed as well. And then we did have problems between homeschooling, actually, and home office. So families were particularly affected by COVID-19. They reported back that there was tensions in families because of the pressure. How do you manage home office and homeschooling? Then technical infrastructure was lacking for a lot of children, for example. Then we also did have problems with public spaces. So playgrounds closed, and there were a lot of bans of, not really bans, but still youth did not feel welcome in public spaces because for some time they were seen as the main people transmitting COVID-19. So they were not really allowed, but not very welcome in public spaces, as well as some foreigners. So we do have a lot of discrimination as well. So if you feel stuck at home and then you're not welcome in the public places, I mean, that creates an enormous pressure on a lot of people. And yeah, I think that were like basically the main elements. And yeah, in relation to what the city expected before, I can't really speak on behalf of the city government here now, but I guess they felt that they did great work. I have to say that the city administration, they did a great job with a lot of problems, actually, and they reacted quite well. However, still, if the right to adequate housing isn't implemented for all of the citizens, there is a lack of resilience because you need a place where you can stay. And so for us, this became the major element, and there are a lot of pressures on the housing sector for years now. So I guess it's time to act and it's time to do something. And I hope the council hopes that with all of the reports and the statements and the recommendations, that the whole process will be set in motion and that we can do something here.
Thank you, Livia. And actually, I have a following up question in connection with the methodology, but that will leave it for later. So in order to give the possibility to the other presenters to answer their questions. So, and actually the question for Emma is connecting with what you have already just said on the pressure on families for the working spaces and the schooling spaces at home. And I think Emma touched upon one of those elements as well. And the question is addressing that point, which is why the absence at school has increased in connection with pupils from families with a situation of vulnerability, in particular when school were kept open in order to try to keep them at school. So it seems that here the government of Sweden, in connection with the educational sector, tried to make an effort to open schools in order to maintain pupils from vulnerable families at school. But according to the report, according to the paper, it was noticed an increased absence from those precisely kids. So why that situation have happened, Emma, according to you?
It is very difficult to say, and I think it's also worth noting that not enough information is accessible concerning, for example, the well-being of pupils, and the decentralized educational system has also kind of led to a less organized information collecting from students and their situation during the pandemic. We do know, however, that socioeconomic vulnerability is a risk factor for serious illness and death in relation to COVID, meaning that if families already live under socioeconomic vulnerability, those children may face other difficulties compared to children not as vulnerable, which also leads to, a different level of well-being, which in turn affects school attendance and so on. So this, it's difficult to say, but that is one aspect that is relevant.
And that's a very interesting finding, because what we saw in other parts of the world was precisely that with the contrary policy, that's mean with closing schools, children from family in social economic vulnerable situations were more excluded from the distant learning, because lack of access to technology, lack of spaces at home in connection with the possibility to conduct schooling activities in their home places, and therefore pupils with more economic, social, better circumstances had better performance at the distance schooling system than those in vulnerable conditions. So it will be interesting to compare. Have you had the possibility to compare what happened in other spaces where they were adopting the contrary policy that has been adopted in Sweden? That's mean where schools were closed and kids were at home.
Unfortunately not. I do know, however, because the Swedish report that was released in November also touched upon secondary education and so on. Now, I do not remember the details of that part of the report, but I think different groups succeeded, like the distance education that was applied, for example, in secondary education also had positive effects for some groups. So I think there are strengths and weaknesses in both approaches, probably. And we also don't know what would have happened in Sweden if we closed the in-person attendance, if the absence would have been even greater than it was.
Excellent contribution to understand what happened not only in Sweden, but what could have happened also in other countries if they would have adopted different policies. And of course, Sweden is a situation that I know by heart because I'm living in Sweden. So I know the situation. So thank you for sharing that with us. We have another question, in this case, to Emma, to Lynette and Tatenda, in connection with the collaborative framework between the government of Zimbabwe and the civil society organization, and in particular regarding the situation during COVID-19 pandemic. So in the case that the question is, what resources do civil society organizations in Zimbabwe have available to them outside to the realm of the state in addressing state issues of, this is a different question, sorry. It was a previous question, but here, let's address this one first, and then I come back to the other. What resources do civil society organizations in Zimbabwe have available to them outside the realm of the state in addressing state issues of politicization, independent institutions, and cracking down on freedoms within the civil society community, etc.? I have heard the African Union Commission and South Africa's government have tried to get involved, but are there opportunities there for local actors? Is academia a place for civil society to organize? So different perspectives in connection with what opportunities do you see for civil society in Zimbabwe? can they find different spaces with academia, with the contribution of international organizations? What is your views on that? Lynette, Tatenda, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you. I'd say for now, civil society has been operating independently using, we do have donor funds and things like that. So when it comes to situations where we want to assist citizens with the provision of certain things, some civil society organizations do have the capacity to provide those services to the ordinary Zimbabweans. With regards to the issues regarding, politicization of these institutions, we've really taken into advocacy efforts and litigation. Tatenda and I are with the Zimbabwe Human Rights NGO Forum, and we have really been litigating at every point. Most of these issues, we litigated the issue of the extension of the tenure of the Chief Justice. We litigated the issue of the directive by the provincial director trying to shut down CSOs. So with regards to collaborations maybe with other organizations, we do collaborate from research, academic things, we do litigation, we do social outreach and things like that. So the opportunities are there, and we really intend to fully take advantage of all the opportunities that are sent our way.
In addition to that, we are also looking at using international mechanisms like the AU, as you mentioned, and also mechanisms that the UN gives, depending on the subject matter. We are also looking into using those. And we have created a new civil society platform for the civil society in Zimbabwe to come together and look for solutions to these problems, and then go outside and lobby international using these mechanisms and international governments to assist us within Zimbabwe.
The microphone. We always forget to unmute ourselves. Thank you, Tatenda, for that. And Lynette, I have a follow-up questions in connection with the situation regarding the COVID-19 pandemic. So the government of Zimbabwe found itself lack of resources to attend the pandemics, and civil society to a certain extent have tried to cover some aspect of providing social services and access to health for citizens in Zimbabwe. Has the government of Zimbabwe seen this as an opportunity to start collaborating with civil society in order to deliver services where the government, especially where in those sectors where the government have difficulties to do it by itself? What is the current situation? Has that created a favorable environment for collaboration or not? What is your views on this?
I think the current problem is the tension and the mistrust that the government has towards civil society. So with the COVID pandemic, it has actually worsened situations. They are less willing to take assistance from civil society organizations. In fact, there's a current policy that is in operation that states that in order for certain CSOs to give out humanitarian aid, whether it be food, whether it be water, any sort of aid, they have to do so through government mechanisms. And so they have to consult the government or the local government of the area that they want to distribute this humanitarian aid to. And then the government official must be there and make sure it goes through, makes sure it runs smoothly. The issue with this is that a lot of the government structures are in favor of one party, which is the ZANU-PF party, the ruling party. And there has been many reports of this food aid then going to people who support ZANU-PF or being used as a political tool against the Zimbabwean people. And so in response to the COVID-19, it hasn't created favorable working conditions for both parties. In fact, it's worsened the situation, because when we have had issues of food aid being used as a tool, civil society then speaks out and makes noise, and then the government is even unhappier with that. And so that it's just created a toxic cycle between the two parties.
Thank you very much, Katenda, for clarifying that. I'm sorry to hear that the development is not as positive as it could be. But talking about collaboration with civil society organizations and government in connection with the COVID-19 pandemic, I think the case of the city of Graz has a very interesting, promising practice in connection with this state report or Human Rights City report that has been released on COVID-19 pandemic. And I'm curious regarding the methodology, because for what I understood from the report or from your paper, Olivia, the information that is included in the report is based on a survey provided by different actors in society, including civil society organizations, but not directly from the citizens. So the report is not based on data that has been gathered directly from the citizens, but through the survey from different relevant stakeholders, including civil society organizations, which means that the government of the city of trust on the views and perspective of civil society organization and how do they perceive the challenges are. So my question is, do you think that the methodology in this case by this mediatic views on what are the problems in accordance with the citizens of the city of Graz really represent their views, or do you think that still there is elements to further inquire by talking directly with the citizens? What is your perspective in connection with the methodology? Livia.
Well, I'd say, especially the civil society organizations, it works like that we invite them to report back to us. So they are not really, they don't have to if they don't want to. So if they would like, they give us information on their views, and actually they work with children and with all of homeless people, people with disabilities, etc. So I'd say in general, it gives a pretty good idea of what are the issues and challenges for various groups. I mean, sure, I think you could always go on and even ask citizens directly. I mean, I guess you could always do that. For our reporting system, it would be too much actually to do it. So I think that's a bigger questionnaire, bigger study. We would need more people doing it. I mean, it would be quite interesting. Personally, I think it would be very, very interesting to ask all of the citizens who would like to report back to us. But for me personally, I'm doing it since last year. So last year's State of the Art report, I coordinated, and we did get back a lot of information from all of the institutions and from various groups, therefore. So I think for the report, it works quite well and it is enough, but sure, it would be really, really interesting to get all the citizens involved, obviously, yes.
And a follow-up question in connection with the result of the report. Which will be the actions that will be implemented by the city of Graz? Of course, you are not representing the city, we understand that, but that you can foresee in connection, for example, with the housing sector that has been really targeted by the report. So many challenges has been highlighted. Now, those challenges will be translated into active policies in order to try to address them. What is your views on that question?
I didn't get the question.
So the report has highlighted gaps in for example, the urban resilient practices regarding the housing sector. Those gaps or those negative consequences has been highlighted by the report will be addressed by the follow-up report, and policies will be adopted in that case. What will be the next step?
Well, I mean, we are at the moment, currently, it's the phase of elaborating the recommendations, actually. So we are still elaborating the recommendations. And then we hope that the city government is responsive to these recommendations and will implement them. So the next step would be the evaluation of the implementation of these recommendations. We're going to see next year if the city government had decided to do something, if they took into consideration what the Human Rights Council suggested. For example, like one could be to to include like social, economic, human rights relevant aspects in a city planning strategy, etc. Like these could be like broader recommendations, for example, or focusing on provisions, etc. So the next step would be to evaluate if these recommendations were taken seriously and if they have been implemented.
Thank you, Livia. And actually, this will be also a question for Emma and then from Lynette. So, Emma, what do you expect after this report has highlighted some negative effect of the COVID-19 pandemic in connection with the right to education of pupils, and in particular regarding those family in vulnerable situations? What do you expect as next step, as action taken in connection with that particular negative effect that has been highlighted in the report?
I think that the Swedish government already recognized that the pandemic would be a challenge. So they acted upon this kind of compensatory purpose that the education should be conducted. And what I'm hoping is that these negative effects will be recognized, and the level of support these pupils need to kind of reach, or let's say have their needs fulfilled in terms of being able to access the right to education properly, that such assessments will be kind of done, and based on the result also then implement different forms of support for that will aid them in their learning and education overall.
Thank you, Emma. We hope so. And then finally, Lynette and Atenda, what do you think will be the situation for the collaboration of civil society organization and the government of Zimbabwe at different levels, at the local, provincial, national level? Because sometimes the dynamic at local level are different than the ones at the national level. But what do you expect that will be in the coming years or after the pandemic? Do you see any positive development? So far, the picture is relatively negative. So do you see that there is a space for positive developments? And in that case, which positive developments could happen in the country?
Thank you. So I'll go first. I think with regards to some kind of collaboration and improvement in relations between government and CSOs, we do have some positive aspects that are there. They seem small, but I think they will go a long way in improving relations. So you see that we use memorandums of understandings with the local communities that we visit when we have human rights workshops with the marginalized communities. We will get police clearance and things like that, and the local government will work with us most of the cases. And as civil society, I think in the past 2 months, we've been convening a lot of interface meetings with government ministries and parliamentary committees regarding the state of affairs in Zimbabwe. So we are hoping that while there is obviously going to be some tension with, election season coming up, on the other hand, we do see a lot of amicable solutions being brought up by both CSOs and government. Recently, a government ministry invited our CSO organization to attend a seminar on a law that they are planning to work on. They asked us to come and consult. So you'd see that the opportunities for collaboration are there. And as we move forward in the next couple of years, we hope that they continue to show up and we continue to engage with each other productively.
Just to add to that, I think that as Lynette has said, there has been progress. However, it is small. And I think that my hope is to see the government actually recognize the work that civil society does and the importance of civil societies in Zimbabwe, and not to just invite us to interface meetings to listen to us and then completely disregard what we say, which is usually the case. So I hope that the voice of civil society will begin to be actually considered when making these laws and when implementing different strategies on all levels of government, which is not usually the case.
Thank you very much, Lineta Tatenda, for addressing the issue. We have a final question, although we have only 1 minute to go in our session today, and it's regarding the what are different stakeholders doing to deepen solidarity and foster inter-movement dialogue, in particular in connection with addressing intersectionality, for example, bringing all the persons, ethnic and cultural minorities, LGBTQI persons or persons living with disabilities, refugee migrants. So how to take into consideration all of that different composition of civil society organization addressing the right of different groups in the conversation with the local authorities. I don't know, Livia, if you would like to address that, because you are sitting at the local government chair. So how do you guarantee that multi-sectoral perspective is taken into account?
Well, first of all, I'd say that the Human Rights Council, the members actually do include representatives of these groups. For example, the LGBTIQ plus community, which is really strong in Graz. There is one association which is really strong and does good work in Graz. So we do have these groups in the Human Rights Council, and actually representatives of all of these groups report back for the Human Rights Report as well. So their perspective is secured in our report. Actually, for all of these groups, I received replies. So which makes me very happy, because there we see that the system is working, and yeah, so that's how we try to incorporate intersectionality and all of these groups.
Thank you very much, Livia, and I'm afraid we don't have more time for additional questions, but I will ask all of you to join me in a very strong round of applause for our presentators for the fantastic papers that has been shared with us and for the discussion and dialogue with all of us. Thank you very much. And thank you very much for all of you that have joined this session, paper session number 4. And I hope you will continue participating in the different sessions and activities of the World Human Rights City Forum in Gwangju, South Korea. And I hope that in the next year forum, we will be able to travel and be there in person. Thank you very much, and have a wonderful day, or night, or evening. Goodbye.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Bye. Bye-bye.